House of Soul Alpha, Part 2, The Book of David, by Jacob Veritas. Read by the author. This book includes themes of fantasy violence that may be considered profane, vulgar, or offensive to some readers. Reader discretion is advised. Chapter 1, Founder Alexander, 1869. Alexander Lionheart's sharp knife sliced through the middle of the thick salmon's body, splitting it into two pieces. The fresh-caught fish was beautifully marbled with a fair amount of glistening fat. Alex's stomach grumbled as he continued to cut it into smaller pieces. The tall, brown-haired young man's dark eyes gleamed with determination as he sped up his food preparation. There were only a couple of hours of sunlight left. Alex wanted to prepare dinner before total darkness took over. Alex and his friends, apprentice mapmakers at Stone Academy, were tasked to survey the mountain area to find acacia trees. So far, they have had no luck. Connor Goldsmith growled, "Alex, hurry up with that thing, will you? I'm about to die of famine here." Connor closed his green eyes as he made noises with his spoon and fork. Alex shot a half-angry look at Connor. "Don't be such a drama queen. This is art, my friend. Do not make me rush." "I reckon that I can." "Really? Is that a challenge?" "Yes." Alex stuck his knife on his cutting board and grinned at Connor. "Well, all right then. I want you to remove its guts and scales. Clean it out for us, will you?" The shorter man let out a nervous laugh. "Or you could just let me see how you do it so I can evaluate." Alex chuckled. "I thought so, wimp." He knew that Connor wasn't the kind of guy who could handle seeing blood. "You may be good with schoolwork, but this is where you fail." The crisp mountain air felt good on Alex's face as he tossed salmon pieces on the makeshift grill. The sizzling sound was like a food choir, singing their praises. A firm hand gripped Alex's shoulder. Turning around, Alex saw that it was Jonathan Endurin, one of his classmates. They just called him John for short. The burly half-Asian man rubbed his hands together hungrily. "That looks so good, man." Alex heard a scoff behind John. It came from Brian the Kronos, his fourth friend on their scouting trip. Brian had long red hair that went down to his shoulders. He wore a black cowboy hat and a black jacket. "Fish again, Alex," Brian sighed. 3 days straight. I'm getting sick of the taste. Too oceany." Alex smirked. "Well, hold on a minute. You were the one who forgot to pack extra bullets for hunting. Luckily, I know how to catch these things, even without a fishing rod." Opening his leather bag, Brian pulled out a jar of honey-flavored beef jerky. "Luckily, I brought us some real food. My wife's secret recipe." John grabbed the jar and gobbled up a piece of jerky. "Hold on. You had this the whole time and didn't let us know? Jesus!" Brian reached for the jar, but John was just too quick. Much to Brian's annoyance, he ate another strip of jerky before giving the container back. Laughing, Alex went back to the grill and divided the salmon among the four friends. "Listen, guys," Alex said. "I know we've been tracking down the acacia trees for a week now, but I think we're close. They've got to be nearby." Everyone else was quiet. Alex could only hear the chewing of fish in their mouths. Brian sighed. "I doubt that there are any around here. Let's just head back and tell Robert we couldn't find anything. It's all just oak trees." John nodded in disapproval. I don't think the old man would appreciate hearing that. We should try for a couple more days. I don't think the old man would appreciate hearing that. We should try for a couple more days. Connor chimed in. I've gotten perfect grades so far. It's going to be Brian's fault if we don't find them. Brian snapped at Connor. Well, whatever. If we don't find those trees tomorrow, I'm heading back to town to see my wife. I'm sure that one of the other teams will find the trees. Alex got in between Brian and Connor and poured himself a glass of water. Guys, calm down. I'm pretty sure that we'll find those trees soon. He climbed up on a rock and raised his glass. You hear that, acacia trees? We will find you. Connor laughed nervously. Yeah, sure. There go my grades. The four friends finished their dinner and cleaned up. As the sun slowly disappeared from the horizon, they started to set up their tents. The four friends finished their dinner and cleaned up. As the sun slowly disappeared from the horizon, they started to set up their tents. The forming full moon glistened in the sky, almost smiling at them. As Alex unpacked his tent, he thought he heard a rustling sound in the forest, almost like footsteps. His muscles tensed up. Connor, John, and Brian also stopped setting up their tents. They must have heard the sounds too, Alex thought as he reached into his pocket for his knife. The others did the same. Alex heard the rustling sound again. It was louder this time, closer. To everyone's surprise, a trail of light appeared in front of them. It led to the darkening forest. Without knowing why, Alex felt a warm, magnetic pull towards the trail. As he followed it, the three followed him. The trail's light became brighter and brighter. It almost seemed like Alex was walking on a path of gold. The four friends stopped when they reached the end of the trail, which had a boulder glowing with gold and silver light. All around him, Alex saw that he was surrounded by acacia trees, blooming with glowing white roses. Connor's jaw dropped as he took in the surreal sight. My God, am I dreaming? Alex thought the same question. Was he in a vivid dream? Then he heard a man's voice coming from the boulder. I see that you've been led to the right place. Gold and silver dust collected into the shape of a person. A silver-haired, clean-shaven old man who was wearing a white suit and a golden tie. He reached into his jacket for a golden pocket watch and smiled. Ah, yes. I'm right on time. I've been looking forward to our meeting. Brian shielded his eyes from the light. Alex stepped forward and shook the man's hand. My name is Alex. These are my classmates Connor, John, and Brian. The old man smiled. Yes, I am aware. He placed a hand on the boulder and closed his eyes. You may call me the architect. You four have been chosen. Chosen for what? Alex asked. To be the keepers of a wonderful gift. What kind of gift? The architect reached into his bag and pulled out an old leather book with the sun symbol and the Greek letter alpha etched in gold. He handed the book to Alex. This ritual book belongs to you now. Take it. As soon as Alex touched the book, he felt a warm feeling spread throughout his body. His hands glowed with white light, and his eyes soon followed. Alex, Connor shouted. Your eyes. Alex turned to Connor. Yours too. The four friends looked at each other. Their eyes all glowed with white light. A few moments later, the lights faded. The architect smiled at them. He handed Alex an almost dead, wilting white rose. Focus your intentions, Alex. Heal this flower. Alex nodded. He imagined the flower blooming again. Light escaped from his fingertips and engulfed the rose. In mere seconds, the flower bloomed again. Connor, John, and Brian looked stunned. Alex was speechless. The ritual cannot be destroyed, the architect smiled. With its power, you can do many wondrous miracles. I trust that you four can handle it. Alex stepped forward. Architect, I have so many questions. Please teach us more. The architect turned around. I'm afraid that I must go now. Let the ritual book strengthen your bonds. The architect's voice lingered as he disappeared into gold and silver dust. Do not worry. I'll see you again soon. I trust you all to keep this a secret. Connor gulped and rubbed his eyes. Oh, guys, did that really just happen? John and Brian nodded. Yeah. Alex walked over to the glowing boulder and placed the ritual on it. He turned to the first page. It showed a moving image of a man lifting a rock just by looking at it. Something that astonished Alex. He'd never seen a picture in a book move on its own. What do you reckon it means? Brian asked. Alex turned around and looked upon a small rock. Focusing on the rock, Alex's eyes flashed with white light. The rock levitated from the ground and floated mid-air, rotating ever so slowly. Alex broke his focus, and the rock thumped to the ground. Excited, Alex turned to the next page of the ritual. On it, there was another moving picture. A man was appearing and reappearing on different areas of the page. Alex was puzzled. What could it mean? Alex showed the picture to John, who stared at the page. He seemed to understand what was going on. John closed his eyes, and his body disappeared into light, just like what happened to the architect. He reappeared 10 feet away from Alex. Whoa! John opened his eyes. That was amazing. That's impossible. Alex heard Connor's voice in his head. What do you mean it's impossible, Connor? You just saw it happen, Alex told him. Connor backed away from Alex. Did you just read my mind? Alex imagined himself talking to Connor. Yeah, I think so. Unbelievable. Connor's mouth dropped. You talked to me, but your mouth wasn't moving. It's called telepathy, Brian said. I read about this at the library. I just didn't think it was possibly real. Alex laughed and looked at Brian. And yet here I am, talking to you through your mind. Brian's eyes narrowed as he chuckled. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Alex turned to the ritual. Without anyone touching it, the book turned itself to the next page. Sure enough, there was a moving picture of a man sending thoughts to other people. Connor scratched his chin. Hang on. If we have all these powers in the book showed us, maybe we can go back to town just by thinking about it. Alex laughed nervously. That's too far. I doubt it will work. And I say that it will, Brian said, putting his hands on his hips. I'm not afraid like you. Without hesitation, Brian closed his eyes. Wait, Brian, hold on. Alex tried to grab Brian's shoulder to stop him, but he disappeared into white light. He had no other choice but to follow him. Chapter 2. Brother David, Present Day. As David Lumino opened his eyes to a new morning, an intense headache came upon him. It reverberated to the left and the right of his forehead, pounding like drums. He tried to move his arms, but he felt frozen in place. The more David strained, the more the headache fought back. Not this again, he thought. The headaches had been bothering him at least twice a week. Finally, he felt a soft hand on his chest that snapped him back to normal. The beautiful face of Monica Stellaris, the president of Delta Lux sorority, filled David's view. He reached out and ran his fingers along her long blonde hair, streaked with ruby and sapphire highlights. She had stayed the night again, as she had been doing every week for the last couple of months. Another headache. Sorry, Monica, David said. You were shivering again, Monica sighed. Are you sure you're getting better? It was the first day of the fall semester at Everstone University, David's final term in school before earning both of his bachelor's degrees. Even though his classes were all scheduled for the evening, the thought of them made David groan with disdain. David forced himself up to put on a shirt and glasses. The strong Asian man looked at his burnt-out self in the mirror, to look into his own silver-gray eyes. Eyes that became this color because of supernatural powers. Powers that he didn't have anymore. Monica's warm hands touched David's broad shoulders. As her eyes glowed with amber light, the locked tension in his shoulders alleviated for a second. The Delta Lux sisters had the power to control heat and cold. They had their own ritual, which was why Monica still had her powers. Monica turned to David's face and gave him a long kiss. I'm heading back for my chemistry class. I hope you feel better. She put on her black leather jacket, grabbed her backpack, and left. Without her warming presence, David fell back into his dark thoughts. Micah Bretson, David's fraternal little brother, died last semester after he sacrificed himself protecting the fraternity from an alumnus who had gone insane. It was the most challenging ordeal that David ever went through. As much as he tried to bury his feelings inside him, they would fester in waves and leave him in a low mood for hours. David went into his medicine cabinet and popped several pills and supplements. His doctor had him try 3 different antidepressant medications, but none of them had any noticeable long-term effect. Still, he felt that it was better to be on them rather than not. He credited them for being able to survive the semester as chapter president. Just one more semester, David thought as he took another deep breath. One last semester. It should be easy. The first thing David had to attend was a chapter officers meeting. He hoped for the medicine to kick in faster, to at least fake being focused during it. As David turned around to search the closet for a white jacket, his right foot tripped on a pair of his running shoes, sending his body to fall straight down to the floor. But before he could fall all the way down, David's eyes flashed with white light. He felt himself levitate in midair. It was only for a few seconds before he landed on his stomach. What the hell? Could it be? David looked around the room before his eyes landed on a football. Concentrating on it, he imagined it coming to him. A surge of energy flowed through David's hand. The football lifted off the floor. No freaking way. Chapter 3. Brother Ever. Present Day. Sitting at a round table, Grand President Jax Honor smiled as he finished signing scholarship checks for the winners of the Boulder Chapter Awards. The council had agreed to reward 150 students money for tuition, the ones who earned the highest grades. High Council members Ever Calavero, and Preston Lupin looked pleased as Jax sealed the checks inside a secure envelope. The Grand President was a tall, imposing man who had dark eyes and bronze skin. The Filipino's dark hair was sprinkled with silver strands and styled as a faux hawk. Along with Ever and Preston, Jax wore Sol Alpha Fraternity's signature white suit and golden tie. The only difference was that Jax's tie was patterned with black playing card symbols, hearts, clubs, spades, and diamonds. Ever, despite being the palest and shortest of the three middle-aged council members, was the wealthiest. Half of the scholarship money came directly from him. The other half came mostly from alumni donations and profits from Jax's casino. Preston, the youngest of the three, was a well-groomed Asian man who grew up in the United States and France. Despite seeing the other two sign massive checks before, he couldn't hide his shocked expression whenever they did. "Well, gentlemen," Jack said, "it looks like we've hit our national goals yet again. It seems like your worrying was a waste of energy, Preston." "Excusez-moi," Preston laughed. "I wasn't a bit worried. You always bring this up." Ever scoffed. "What about those weekly reminder emails that you kept sending to all the chapters about keeping their grades up?" Preston murmured, "Touché." "So that's the last agenda item, am I right?" Jax asked. "Let's head out for dinner. Or maybe I could cook." Ever replied, "Not yet, Jax. We still have to go over some more logistics for Grand Chapter." Jax groaned. Yes, I know. The one in Denver. Enlighten us, then." "Denver? I thought we decided on—" Ever started to say. Before Ever could argue, he was interrupted by a powerful white light coming from above. The council members shielded their eyes from the light. Ever saw Jax reach for his concealed pistol. The familiar light could only mean one thing. Someone was teleporting inside. The entire High Council's jaws dropped when they realized who was appearing in front of them. When the light faded, an old man stood in its place wearing Sol Alpha attire. He held the original fraternity ritual in his hands. "It's you," Jax exclaimed, putting away his pistol. "Sorry, I thought you were someone else. This is just for my safety, you know, after the Alpha Chapter incident." The architect nodded. "No offense taken, Jax. Luck favors the prepared." As Ever looked at the ritual, he noticed that it was heavily damaged, thinning with scratches, dust, and holes. He could barely recognize it. "Architect, is that the Founder's ritual?" Ever asked. The architect nodded. "Yes. It's recovering from Dr. Lawson's abuse. I've come to give you news regarding it." Jax smiled. "By all means, please tell us." "It's recovering very slowly, but its power is already starting to return to your brothers all over the world. The thing is, it cannot grant powers to new brothers right now. Not unless it's restored fully." The architect waved his hands in the air, creating a screen of light. In the screen was David Lumino's face. "You'll need the students at Everstone University to retrieve the three founders' pages from the astral world. It will allow the ritual to be restored to its full power. And you can initiate more brothers." Jax scoffed. "Of course, the astral world. Just what we need." Ever and Preston looked surprised. Jax continued. "An architect, you should know, I don't think David's chapter can be trusted with the ritual. Not after what happened last semester." Ever glared at Jax. "Excuse me, what did you just say? You know I'm their chapter advisor. We'll discuss this later, Calabero, Jax replied, almost shouting. The architect sighed. Still as explosive as before, Jax. As you know, it's only a suggestion. I cannot interfere with the actions of humanity. I can only hope that you three can work it out together. Until then, take the ritual, find the pages before it's too late. Too late for what? Jax asked. Brian de Kronos is back. He escaped from the seal you placed on him decades ago. The architect had a grim frown. He's weak, but he's slowly recovering, hiding from the fraternity. He'll want the pages too, to realize his vision of what he calls justice. As the architect finished speaking, Ever sensed a growing dread coming from Jax. Jax whispered, I thought this was all behind us. We have to stop de Kronos, whatever the cost. Chapter 4. Founder Alexander, 1869. Surrounded by an ocean of white light, Alex felt like his limbs were being pulled in every direction. Thoughts of death and his body ripping to shreds occupied Alex's mind as light swirled around him. Images of places he'd never seen flashed before his eyes. It felt like several minutes before the flashes of light finally stopped. When Alex opened his eyes, he found himself back in his hometown, hundreds of miles from the western mountains. Alex had a massive sigh of relief. He felt his hands and legs intact, attached to where they should be. As for witnesses, the townspeople were inside their homes already. There wasn't anyone who saw the teleportation lights. It would have been impossible to explain. A heavy hand grabbed Alex's shoulder, astonishing him. Brian sneered. I told you it would work, coward. You're dull as a duck. Dumbfounded, Alex nodded in confused agreement. I can't believe that worked. 2 more flashes of light appeared. In a split second, Alex saw Connor and John emerge from nowhere. Guys, that actually worked, Connor said, pinching his arms. With an enormous grin on his face, John handed Alex the ritual. Which means we can go anywhere we want now. We won't need to ride on horses anymore. That's right, Connor beamed. No more long distances on a smelly animal. Brian nodded and smiled. He waved his hand farewell to his friends. I'll meet you guys at the academy roof at midnight. I'm going to surprise my wife. Alex grinned. I knew you'd say that. We'll see you then. Tell Natasha we said hello. Smiling, Brian's eyes flashed with white light as he disappeared from Alex's view. John laughed. He's a natural. Alex turned to Connor and John, unfolding a map of where they found the acacia trees. Let's head to the academy before it closes. Old man Robert needs to hear about this. Let's surprise him. Chapter 5. Brother David, present day. David kept the football levitating above his hands, wondering if he was just dreaming that his powers returned. Despite putting on a facade last semester that he didn't care about losing his powers, no one believed him. Not even himself. For the first time in months, he felt a real smile forming on his face. David remembered that he needed to be meeting with the chapter officers. He was going to be late soon if he didn't hurry, breaking his own rule of ironclad punctuality. Feeling light on his feet, David put on a white blazer before heading out his door. He couldn't wait to tell Monica about his powers when she came back. As David went downstairs, he was met with lights flashing everywhere. Brothers appeared and reappeared before his eyes, confirming that he wasn't the only one who got his powers back. Yes, David beamed. We're back. Like remembering how to ride a bike, David teleported to the entrance of the chapter room. With a deep breath and a wide grin, he turned the ivory doorknob to go inside. The officers sitting at the round table all looked at David with bright smiles. Adrian, the chapter's technology director, ran up to David like an excited scientist holding a bright tablet in his hand. Dude, we have our powers back! My analysis of our chances of getting them back was unbearably wrong. Can you believe it? We defied the odds, David. Can you freaking believe it? Adrian closed his eyes and teleported back to his seat. Whoa there, Adrian, David laughed. How much coffee have you had this morning? Not much, just 3 cups. That's a lot. Not for me, dude. My brain wants more. David sat down and activated the 3D monitor at the center of the round table. He turned on the AI meeting note recorder and began with an official roll call. Fadi Molinio, David said, looking around. Recruitment director. Fadi nodded. The recruitment director was a stern-looking young man with a beard. He was a person of few words, unless it was about recruiting more brothers into the chapter. David continued. Adrian Alistair, technology director and sentinel. Gulping down another cup of coffee, Adrian answered, Here! And last but not least, David continued, Vice President Eric de Kronos. Eric, the red-headed freshman, replied, Here, David. Eric smiled and straightened out his white suit. For his heroic actions against Umbra Omega last semester, Alpha Chapter elected the freshman legacy as vice president, a first in chapter history. Everyone's here, excellent, David said. Why don't we get started with the creed? In unison, David and his officers all stood up and recited the Soul Alpha Creed from memory. To harness the power of love, to deliver service with honor, to see with the lens of truth. This is the quest, the path, and the light of Soul Alpha. This is the creed of our fraternity. As David and the officers sat down, David felt an unusual chill in the air. As light poured into the chapter room, 3 figures materialized. People were teleporting inside, but David wondered who they could be. No one else was scheduled to show up at the meeting. Guys, this is an officer meeting, David said. Could you please get the hell out? 3 figures finished emerging from the light. In the center stood Jax Honor Amor, the fraternity's grand president. To his left and right were council members Ever Calavero and Preston Lupin. They were the entire High Council of Soul Alpha. Jax scoffed. We are officers, are we not? Jax wore a white trench coat with a golden tie, patterned with black hearts, clubs, spades, and diamonds. The other 2 men wore the standard Soul Alpha white suits, their golden ties striped with black lines. Good morning, young president, Jax said with a mocking grin. I hope we're not interrupting anything. Caught off guard, David glared at Jax. What the hell do you want, Jax? You could have emailed me first to schedule a meeting. After the Dr. Lawson incident, David was subjected to frequent interrogation sessions with Jax. Throughout the immediate past semester, he'd spend hours pestering David on chapter operations, right down to reviewing meeting minutes. Jax laughed. We're here to deliver some news, young president. But I think you already know what it is, given our method of entrance. Eric stood up. We knew we got our powers back. It doesn't take a genius to figure that one out. Jack scoffed again. Funny, we have a comedian here. He reached into his jacket and revealed the ritual, battered and damaged from the events from last semester. David held back a gasp. I'd never thought I'd see that again. That means we can start initiating more brothers with powers. Not so fast, young president, Jack said. The architect himself gave us instructions before we proceed. The ritual needs 3 founders' pages to be able to grant powers again. A kind of safety precaution created by the founding trio. The founders' pages? David asked. Hidden through the university are various locations that were important to the founders, Jack said. They each lead to a page that must be returned to the ritual. Ever took a step forward. Be warned, the founders protected each page so only true soul alphas can find them. They are shielded by judgment trials, and not ones that you're used to. Adrian raised his hand. You want us to get the pages? Is that what you're asking? You are very perceptive, Mr. Alistair, Jack said. Yes, retrieve them if you can. Council member Preston Lupin stepped forward and handed David a piece of paper. It read, Go to where the eyes can see for 1,000 miles. The architect gave us that first clue, Jack said. Founder Alexander wrote it in the 1860s, back when the school specialized in map making and horse training. Miraculously, some of the old buildings still stand. Ever cleared his throat and stepped forward. David, don't take this lightly. The founder of Umbra Omega was successful in escaping the ritual, so finding the pages before he does is vitally important. Jax sighed. I thought they weren't supposed to know about this. We agreed to deal with Brian quietly. They have to know, Jax. No more burying the past, Ever said. Brian's existence threatens us all. If he gets his hands on the fully powered ritual, there will be no stopping him this time. Jax nodded in disapproval at Ever. Fine. So they know. David saw Eric get up with an astonished look. You're talking about Brian de Kronos, right? You mean my ancestor is alive? Ever nodded and looked down. Yes, Eric. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. The maniac is alive. David put on his best poker face. Last semester, when Umbra Omega brainwashed him, he almost killed his own brothers. He felt guilt and sadness, trying to overpower the effects of his antidepressants. Preston grinned. Jax and Ever disposed that rogue founder before. He gave Ever and Jax an awkward fist bump. They can do it again with my help. Despite the facade of confidence in Jack's eyes, David sensed fear growing inside the Grand President. He decided not to call him out on it. He wanted this meeting over already. Jax gave a piercing look at David. Do your duty, young president. Us council members are going to visit the other chapters throughout the country to make sure everything is okay. I assure you, there will be consequences if you mess this up. David scoffed. A threat? It could be, Jax replied, chuckling before he and council member Preston disappeared into white light, leaving Ever the only one left. Ever grabbed David's arm and put a hand on his shoulder. Don't be alarmed, David. Jax has always been like that. Well, not always, but he does mean well. Despite being annoyed at Jax's tone, David nodded at Ever. He had to trust him. He was their chapter advisor after all, and a member of the High Council. I'll keep that in mind, Ever, David said. Thank you. Ever smiled and walked away. Good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go with the others to finish our visits. I have faith in your abilities, David. You should too. With that, Ever's eyes glowed with white light as he teleported. David looked at the officers and took a deep breath. Consequences, huh? As chapter president, he needed to hide being rattled by Jax's threat. Well, gentlemen, you heard what that blowhard said. Let's get to work. Eric repeated the architect's hint. Go to where the eyes can see for 1,000 miles. What could that mean? David held his head high. Whatever the hell it means, we'll crack it together. Chapter 6. Brian de Kronos, 1869. 30 days. It had been 30 excruciatingly long days since Brian saw his wife, Natasha. The young couple had been married for almost a year now, nearly a year since Brian and Natasha eloped from their hometown. Brian loved Natasha more than anything in the world. He missed her beautiful fair face and long flowing brown hair. Brian's parents wanted him to take over the family farm back in Virginia, but Brian had other plans. He wanted to become a map maker and travel the world. Thanks to Natasha's help, Brian secured a spot at Stone Academy to train and build a home nearby. Upon seeing the cottage where he and Natasha lived, Brian nearly burst into tears as he saw the door open. Natasha stepped out, carrying a massive jar of golden honey. Natasha! Brian exclaimed. I'm home, dear. The beekeeper almost dropped the jar in her excitement. A bright smile filled her face. Brian, is that you? Oh, thank God you're finally home safe. Where are you taking all that honey? It's already too dark out. You should stay inside. The town doctor ordered this for tonight. He's run out of stock again. Natasha laughed. Relax, dear. I've got a gun on me. I've been hearing rumors about bandits nearby. Bandits? Natasha, you're always making me worry. Brian sighed. But since I can't change your mind, let me go with you to see the doctor. Natasha smiled and kissed Brian. That is a good idea, dear. Let's go. The town clinic was only a 2-minute walk from Brian's cottage. The renowned Dr. Ray Gennaro used a lot of honey for his medicine. Natasha, who was an experienced beekeeper, supplied it for him. As Brian and Natasha walked the dark streets, Brian stopped her in the middle of the road. Listen, dear. There's something that you should know. We've been blessed with... Natasha covered Brian's mouth with her hand and interrupted him. Wait, so you know already? I knew it. Did you sense it? Who told you? Knew what? I don't follow. Natasha held Brian's hands together. You're going to be a father. A torrent of emotion rushed into Brian's mind. The couple had been trying for several months without success. The sudden good news made Brian completely forget about wanting to tell Natasha about his new powers. Brian took Natasha's honey jar and placed it on the ground. He lifted her by the waist and spun her around. She cried loudly with laughter. Brian smiled. I'm going to be a father. Finally, thank God. Chapter 7. Brother Jax. At his private dining room inside his casino, Jax sliced off a huge chunk of tender fatty meat from a Japanese Wagyu steak and savored its complex flavor. Council members Ever and Preston did the same. This kind of beef was costly, but it was a special dinner to celebrate a special occasion. The High Council finally had their powers back. Merci beaucoup, Jax, Preston said. Cheers to your cooking. I second that, Ever said, sipping from his glass of Pinot Noir before gulping down a half glass of beer. Delicious. Jax took another bite of his steak. Good job today, gentlemen. We managed to visit most of the other chapters in one sweep. We should be finished tomorrow. Ever nodded. That's great to hear. Things are almost back to normal finally. Except for the Dechronos problem. Preston agreed. Yeah, but I don't think we should be that worried. He's probably still too weak to face us. The Everstone students will find the page and restore the ritual. After that, we just seal Brian back into the book. Jax put down his fork, filling the room with silence. Preston, it's not that simple. You weren't there to see Brian's full power. Do you really think that David's chapter can handle the job on their own? Ever's forehead narrowed. What are you suggesting? Jax took a deep breath before he spoke. David was taken over by Umbra Omega before. There's a possibility it'll happen again. I suggest we find different students to retrieve the pages. Sealing Brian into the ritual won't work again now that he knows to avoid it. That's preposterous, Jax. You think so? Do you think having a Dechronos spawn as their vice president is preposterous? Ever sighed. Relax, Jax. I hate it when you act like this. Eric is a knight. They've already voted to initiate him, and he's been through the ceremony. Jax put his hands together. Oh? Then let's take a vote on it, shall we? Those for letting the Everstone students do this, raise your hand. Ever's hand immediately shot up. Jax turned to Preston. And what about you, Preston? Preston took glances at Jax and Ever. Students at that school have guarded the Founder's ritual since the beginning. So I think it's only appropriate that they continue to do so. Preston raised his hand to vote yes. It's decided then, Ever nodded. That's that. Unable to hide his shocked face, Jax sighed. The vote passes. The Everstone students will continue their assignment of finding the pages. Ever wiped his face with a napkin and stood up from the dining table. If they fail, Jax, then we will vote again. This isn't permanent. Good night to you, gentlemen. It's been a pleasant afternoon. Bonne nuit, Preston said. I'll be heading out as well. We've got a long day ahead of us. Good night then, gentlemen, Jax said. And sorry for my outburst. It's been a stressful week. The two council members disappeared into white light as they teleported away. After they were both gone from view, Jax accidentally let loose a shockwave of telekinesis that shattered his glass of wine. The dark red liquid splattered on his white suit, staining it with scarlet. Naive fools. I thought they'd be wiser than this, letting a Dechronos run rampant with an incompetent chapter president. This has to end here and now. Jax imagined himself sitting back in his office chair, and a second later, he teleported there. Decorated in a traditional casino theme, Jax's office was lit by a ceiling fan with lights in the shape of dice. The black walls and silver bookshelves were emblazoned with the 4 playing card symbols. Above the door was the symbol of Sol Alpha. There has to be something I can do before David and his officers ruin everything. Alpha Chapter has lost my trust. Jax aimed his hand at a bookshelf and telekinetically moved a thick white book toward him. It was the latest membership directory, updated just last semester. He turned to the chapter database that he was part of when he was in college. Sigma chapter. The house always wins, Umbra Omega, Jax whispered as he read the newest names. Yes, this would work. Ever and Preston won't know what hit them. Jax's eyes flashed with white light. His jacket glowed, and the red stains disappeared in an instant. They should be conducting a chapter meeting right now. It's time to pay my old school a friendly visit. Chapter 8. Brother David, present day. I'll have an extra large cold brew, no ice please, David told the barista. Tough day? The barista asked, smiling as she entered David's order into the register. David laughed. Monday. He turned to the coffee house's entrance and saw that Adrian was already here. He decided to order the same drink for him. Actually, make it a double order, please. You got it, the barista nodded. 5-ish minutes. I'll call you up when it's ready. David smiled. Thank you. Adrian placed his backpack down and plugged in his laptop to the wall. David sat down across from him. I already ordered 2 cold brews. My treat, David said. Thanks, dude, Adrian chuckled. I'll definitely need that caffeine today. I couldn't sleep a wink last night at all. Same, David replied. All I could think about was that freaking clue to the first page. Adrian turned his laptop screen to face David. I was up about the same thing. I narrowed down the possible locations. David repeated the clue. Go to where the eyes can see for 1,000 miles. The only place I could think of is the old observatory, Adrian said. It's on the old side of campus. Stars are far away, so I thought it made sense. That's excellent, David said. The only problem is that it's been somewhat restricted for over 3 years. There was a fire that forced the admins to close it down. They have plans to remodel it, but they stalled. David nodded. You're a genius. Let's head down there tonight then. Eric and Fadi have 7 p.m. classes, so it'll be just us 2. Sounds good. I'll meet you there. A bell dinged, and the barista yelled, 2 cold brews for David. I'll be right back, David said, getting up from the table. As David walked to the counter to pick up the drinks, he felt hostile energy fill the room. It was suddenly a bit harder for him to breathe. David looked around and saw that everyone in the room was not moving. They were all stuck in place. Everyone except him and Adrian, and another familiar face. Chapter 9. Brother Adrian, present day. A tall Asian man wearing a black blazer smirked at Adrian as he sat down at his table. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and slid it across the table. The paper read, Synchro 0% 1988. Adrian immediately recognized what it was referring to. The Asian man laughed. You should really start considering using a good VPN. Anyone with even half a brain knows that. Hell, even half of a half. If it was based off my brain. Adrian slammed his fist at the man. How the fuck did you get my email password? The man's eyes glowed with white light. He made Adrian's laptop levitate toward him while he grinned. Outraged, Adrian grabbed the floating laptop and slammed it shut. Who the fuck are you? Adrian yelled. The man held both his hands up. Chill out, Adrian. It's not like I went through your private photos. Oh, wait, I did. The redheads were pretty hot. But lay off on the anime, will you? We're not in high school anymore. Adrian couldn't hold in his anger. He blasted the man with a spear of burning light, but he quickly grabbed the attack and diffused it into harmless dust. David ran between the two, holding coffee cups in his hand. Guys, stop fighting. Adrian, this is my cousin Terry. He's a legacy from another school. Sup, David, Terry Lumino said. Eyes blazing, Adrian slammed his fist on the table. This fucker is your cousin? He fucking hacked into my computer. How the fuck? Chill out, he's studying computer science, David replied. Anyway, I thought you said you were the king of cybersecurity. How the hell did you get hacked? Terry laughed. It's because he has weak-ass passwords, that's why. Listen, cuz, tell your tech director that this is no way to welcome a transfer student. So rude. Adrian glared at Terry before sending out a text message to the Alpha Chapter officer chat. Transfer student? Terry grinned at Adrian. Yup, I'm the technology director from Sigma Chapter. Terry grinned at Adrian. And a new freshman chapter from San Jose. Me and my two friends. You'll meet them soon. David scoffed. You're kidding me, right? I thought you didn't want to go to Everstone. You badmouthed it every time I tried to convince you to go here. Too elitist was your choice of words. That's because you couldn't offer me a full ride scholarship, Terry said. Grand President Jax personally visited me last night and quickly made arrangements after I agreed. Agreed to what? Before Terry could answer, two guys entered the coffee house. They had black jackets that had the Sol Alpha emblem on it. This campus is hella nice, I'll admit, the first guy said. He was blonde and stood with an air of arrogance. I'd have to agree, the second guy said. He had wavy brown hair and had the same intense look as the first guy. Adrian yelled at them. And who the fuck are these clowns? The first guy responded. Stephen Levi, president of Sol Alpha's Sigma chapter. But most people just call me Steve. The second guy turned to face David. My name's Cameron. Cameron Stellaris. David raised an eyebrow at the mention of the last name. Stellaris. Yeah, man, I know you're dating my older sister, Monica. She never stopped gushing about her genius boyfriend during Thanksgiving and Christmas. She's so annoying. Steve put his hands on his hips. Let's cut to the chase. Jax offered all three of us a full scholarship if we transferred here. Of course, it was an easy decision. Yeah, I'm not trying to get stuck with student loans, Cameron said. So we said yes. Suddenly, everyone who was not a Sol Alpha started moving again. They seemed not to notice what just happened. Nice trick, right? Terry laughed. It only works on Geeds. Jax taught me how to do it last semester at my old school. This is the longest I've been able to hold it. Cautiously, David shook Steve and Cameron's hands. I'm sure Terry already told you that I'm the president of Alpha Chapter. I look forward to seeing you at our meetings. Thanks for the invite, David, but we won't be attending them, Steve said. Jax gave us a direct order to retrieve the founders' pages. With a puzzled look, David replied, Same with us. No big deal, you can just come and help us. Cameron took a step forward. I think you're not understanding the situation here. Jax doesn't think you'll be able to finish the assignment, so he transferred the Sigma chapter charter over to your school. Now there are two chapters here that independently operate from each other. Steve was appointed president, and I'm the vice president. Terry looked at David with a smirk. In other words, you'll have to leave us alone. Sorry if we couldn't simplify things any further to help Adrian understand. I think it would detract from the meaning. Adrian made a fist. What the fuck does that mean? And Jax can't do that. Steve made a looping gesture with his finger. Yes, he can. It's called a loophole. We're technically Everstone students now. Let's just take it easy, everyone, David said. We're all brothers here. The Sigma brothers gave 3 matching grins. We won't be at the meetings, but I'm sure we can grab a drink sometime, Steve nodded. It's been fun, boys, but I'm heading back to my truck to unpack. Yeah, Cameron said. We're moving in this evening. But we don't have any rooms available, David said. Some people are still moving out. We have a semester grace period for alumni. No worries, David, Steve said. Our alumni chapter is almost finished building a new house. Yeah, Cameron chuckled. Jax's guys work so fast, I can hardly believe it. I'm looking forward to being neighbors, though. With that, the 3 Sigma brothers left the coffee house with big smirks. Within moments of them leaving, Fadi and Eric called through video chat. What's the big emergency? Eric asked. Adrian's text message sounded panicked. Adrian pointed his phone through the glass doors at the Sigma brothers, focusing on the Sol Alpha emblems on their black jackets. It looks like we have company. And I have to change my passwords. Chapter 10. Brian de Kronos, 1869. By the time Brian and Natasha made it to Dr. Gennaro's clinic, the sun was already gone, and it was dark everywhere. The dim town lights flickered like ghostly fireflies, barely allowing Brian to see the ground. Brian knocked on the doctor's door. The door swung wide open, and Brian's face was met with a barrel of a shotgun. It was carried by an old man with pure white hair, who wore a brown lab coat. I don't take kindly to strangers at this hour, the old man said. Get lost. This is private property. Brian raised a lantern to his face. The doctor's face softened immediately. No, my boy, you sure frightened me. Come on in. I wasn't expecting to see you till next week. Natasha sighed, a breath of relief. You've got excellent restraint on your finger, doctor. For the 100th time, I told you both to just call me Ray, the old man said. That doctor title just makes me feel ancient. Ray put down the shotgun on a table and gave Natasha a concerned look. Young lady, the sheriff says that the bandits are still about. I don't think you two should be outside this late. I know, Ray, Natasha said, handing the doctor a jar of honey. But this is a fresh harvest. I'm sure you'll need it to treat the new patient with that nasty infection. Natasha turned to Brian and smiled. Besides, my husband is with me. You're a blessing sent from above, young lady, Ray smiled. I'll need that to treat the young lady who cut herself while slicing potatoes. I just hope that I'm not too late. Brian turned to the doctor. Your colleagues still don't believe that your honey helps get rid of infections. How stupid are they? Ray laughed. They mean well, my boy. But yes, I concur. They are rather stupid. The doctor carried the jar of honey over to a curtained corner of the clinic, where his patient was deep asleep. Brian saw where she cut herself on her left hand. It was already green. It wasn't a good sign. She's lost a lot of blood, Ray said, scooping a spoon of honey from the jar. He spread a mixture of the honey and brown oil on the patient's deep knife wound. This and some tea tree oil should do the trick, I hope. The doctor used a clean silver rod to apply the mixture of honey and tea tree oil to the woman's cut. He took a clean white cloth and covered it up. Before I forget, here's your payment, Natasha, Ray said, holding up a bag of coins. And a little bit more. I know you're going to need it for your child. You're very kind, Ray, Natasha said, while pocketing the money. Thank you. My pleasure. Brian and Natasha said goodbye to Ray and stepped back into the town's darkness. You think that woman's going to be okay? Natasha asked Brian. Absolutely, Brian nodded. He thought back to Alex healing the wilted white rose. If Alex could do that to a flower, then maybe it would work on humans too. Brian couldn't help but smile. Absolutely, he said. I certainly hope so, Natasha said. Founder Alexander, 1869. Alex looked at the clock and saw that it was 10 minutes until midnight. Connor, John, and Brian agreed to meet at the academy roof at that time. Locking his dorm room and grabbing the ritual and a lantern, Alex crept up the creaky wooden stairs and stepped foot out the door leading to the roof. Alex was the first one beneath the full moon's bright light. He walked over to the middle of the roof where there was an old wooden round table. A minute later, Connor and John showed up. They lived on the floor below Alex's. Brian was the only one who had a house nearby. Glad you both are here, Alex said. Where's Brian? I'm sure that he's heading here over as we speak, Connor replied. Alex looked at his watch, hoping that Brian would show up on time. It was only 5 minutes to midnight, and Alex hated it when people were late. The three waited. When the watch struck midnight, there was still no Brian. As usual, he's going to be late again, Alex groaned. Classic Brian. At that moment, a bright light appeared out of nowhere. Brian finally arrived. Sorry for that, gentlemen. I had to make sure that Natasha was asleep. I couldn't have made it on time on foot. Alex nodded. Consider me pleasantly surprised. Let's get started, shall we? Alex placed the ritual on the round table and took a deep breath. What other secrets do you hold, strange book? When Alex opened the book, there was nothing but blank pages. The moving pictures that were there before were gone. Alex scratched his head. What could have happened? Did you break it? Connor smirked. Yeah, did you drop it? John followed. Alex scoffed. No, I kept it in my room. He kept turning the pages, but nothing appeared. He turned and turned and turned all the way to the end, but the book wouldn't run out of pages. It appeared to go on forever. That's strange, Alex whispered. There's got to be an end to this, right? A familiar voice called out to Alex and his friends. What are you four doing up here? Startled, Alex immediately shut the ritual. The voice was from Robert Archive, the Academy's headmaster. The bearded elderly man wore a dark brown suit and walked with a golden cane. I thought I sent you boys to find the acacia trees in the mountains. You're back early. Alex tensed up. We did actually find them, sir. Oh? Where? Before Alex could answer, Brian stood up. We didn't actually find them. Alex is just tired from the trip back. Robert sighed. De Kronos, I'm disappointed that you would lie to me. I'm not lying, sir, Brian said. Robert reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden pocket watch. Oh yes, I think you are. You found the acacia trees and someone else. Alex's eyes widened. He'd seen that pocket watch somewhere before. He saw it up on the mountains near the acacia trees where he met the architect. Stunned, Brian backed away from Robert, almost tripping. "It's you." Robert, eyes glowing with light, smiled and nodded his head. His beard disappeared, and his clothes turned into a white suit with a golden tie. Alex, Connor, and John all stood up from the round table. Alex couldn't believe it. All this time, one of his teachers was the strange man who gave them the ritual. "Please take your seats," the architect said. "We have much to discuss." "You didn't think I'd hand the ritual to random strangers I didn't know, did you?" Alex, Connor, and John sat back down. Brian followed a few seconds after them. "As I explained before," the architect said, "the ritual contains a great power. It can be a gift used to help others, or it can cause unspeakable misery. It might even perhaps tear the four of you apart." "The four of us have been friends for years, sir," Alex said. "I don't think anything could change that." The architect nodded. "Yes, as your teacher, I understand that completely. But you mustn't underestimate the ritual. It can and will test your friendships, your brotherhood." Connor looked at Alex, John, and Brian. "Then we must make a pact. We'll promise that the ritual will never tear us apart." He placed his hands on the ritual. Alex nodded, also putting his hand on the ritual. John nodded and did the same. Brian looked at the other three before joining in. "The ritual will never tear us apart," Alex said. The ritual glowed with bright golden light and surrounded the four friends with powerful warm energy. Alex felt a surge of confidence flow through him that he'd never felt before. The architect smiled. "Yes. You four must keep the world in balance. You must also find other men who have pure intentions and share the ritual's powers through a united brotherhood. Limit the spread of suffering. That is your solemn duty as brothers of Soul Alpha Fraternity." Alex was nearly speechless, but there was something he couldn't help but say. Soul Alpha Fraternity? So are we the founders? After Alex finished his words, the full moon seemed to flash with bright white light. For a second, it felt like day invaded night. "Correct, Alex. You four are the founders. There is also something else you must know," the architect said. "As founders, each of you will inherit a unique power that goes beyond what the ritual initially gave you." The architect held out his hand and summoned a glowing flaming orb. "This is my final gift to you. Hold out your hands. You will possess the four founding powers." Alex did as the architect said, and his vision was filled with nothing but white light. Chapter 12. Brother David. Present day. David, Eric, Adrian, and Fadi stood with shocked faces as they saw the Sigma chapter house stand side by side with the Alpha chapter house. It wasn't completely built yet, but it looked like an identical copy. Workers went in and out of the building, carrying furniture and electronics. They were alumni, most likely, as some were casually teleporting heavy objects inside. "Those guys weren't kidding," David sighed, irritated at the whole scene. He'd been hoping that the Sigma brothers were playing a joke. David felt a heavy hand grab his shoulder. Resisting the urge to punch, David saw around and saw that it was Steve. Like it? Steve laughed. Jax even hired the same designer, Joshua Credenza. He's alpha chapter, but whatever, I like it. David smirked. So this is how it's going to be, huh? This is so unproductive. Cameron smirked back. It's more of an insurance policy. Cameron appeared out of nowhere and teleported beside Steve. It's more of an insurance policy, he said. Jack's words, not mine. Indeed my words, Cameron. Jax's voice filled the air as he appeared from nowhere. It's just an insurance policy. David scoffed at the Grand President. Is this your idea of wasting membership dues, Jax? We could have just expanded the main house. This entire construction project was entirely funded by me, young President. None of your membership dues were used, I can assure you. I am the new chapter advisor of Sigma chapter. Jax handed David a paper with an order on it. It stated that all recruitment efforts are to be paused indefinitely until the ritual is restored. It was agreed upon unanimously by the High Council. I see, David said. So is that why there are only 3 Sigma officers? No recruitment director? Jax laughed. You're astonishingly perceptive, young President. Yes, there's no need for that. Jax shot a glare at Fadi. Which means that you are relieved of duty, Mr. Millenio. Fadi stepped forward. David restrained him at his shoulder. What? That's bullshit. I'm afraid it's completely necessary, Jax said. Don't worry. I'm sure that everything will work out in the end. Cameron and Terry teleported beside Steve. The 3 Sigma brothers stood in front of their new house. Jax drummed the face of his watch. You 2 are 20 seconds late. Ever was supposed to be here already also. Sorry, dude, we were just... Terry started, but was interrupted by Jax. I don't want to hear it, Terry. Now, we can get started. David felt a chill go up his spine. I'm sorry, what? Get started? The dozen house builders dropped their tools to the floor and circled Alpha Chapter, Sigma Chapter, and Jax. Jax's eyes glowed with bright white light. The same was happening with the builders, who sat down in a meditative posture. David broadcasted a panicked thought to his officers. They're taking us to the astral world. Jax smirked. I heard that thought, David. Yes, I am taking you for a visit to the astral world. You will be up against the founders, and I must know who can best pass their judgment trials. Chapter 13. Brother David. Present day. David shot a furious look at Jax. He wanted to knock the Grand President's smug look off his face. Stop this now, David yelled. Ever and Preston can't be okay with this. I'm just trying to prove a point, Jax replied. Now be quiet so we can begin. David saw darkness envelop his sight. His consciousness was elevated, allowing his soul to separate from his body and go to the astral world. The astral world was a higher frequency of existence. Only a person's astral body, their soul, could travel there. It was a place where anything imagined could become reality. David felt Jax's presence everywhere, as his astral body stabilized inside the Grand President's dimension within the astral world. Once David opened his eyes, he found himself standing on what felt like red velvet ground. Bright red, blue, and green lights strobed at the sky. Giant round structures of different colors, the size of buses, surrounded him. Eric, Adrian, and Fadi were beside him. Knocked down on the ground, they struggled to come to their senses. To David's left, another bright flash of light appeared. The Sigma brothers materialized, each one unconscious on the ground. They groaned in pain as they awoke and stood up. "Where the hell are we?" Steve asked, rubbing his eyes. "Oh, hell no," Cameron muttered. "Is this a judgment trial? Jax never said anything about this." The ground shook violently. Thunderous booms approached David like earthquakes. They sounded like footsteps. David watched in horror as he saw who was creating the footsteps. It was Jax. The Grand President, dressed in a car dealer's uniform, grinned and stared down at the tiny Alpha and Sigma officers. "Welcome to my judgment trial, boys," Jax's deep voice boomed. David realized what he was standing on. A massive card table. "You're trash, Jax," David yelled. "I don't think this is allowed." Jax grinned and crossed his arms. The law of Sol Alpha states that the Grand President can issue additional judgment trials if he deems it necessary. So yes, young President, it is allowed. Don't worry, the Sigmas are outnumbered. I have that much confidence in them. The Grand President was right. The Sigma officers were missing a fourth member. They didn't have a recruitment director. "The rules are simple, young President," Jax said. He conjured a spear of flaming light that shrank down and flew between David and Steve. Whoever catches the spear wins the judgment trial. Steve flashed a cocky grin. "Hella easy then." "Not so fast there," Jax said, snapping his fingers. For a second, the entire card table was covered in light. "There will be no teleporting here. You'll rely only on your other powers and your will." David and Steve looked at each other and nodded. "May the best knight win," David said. "Likewise," Steve replied. The spear of light zoomed far away from the two teams, about the length of a football field. "Ready? Get set. Begin," Jax yelled, making the entire table vibrate. "Ugh! Did you really have to scream that loud?" David yelled, covering his ears. Before getting a chance to react, David felt his shoulder burned by a missile of light. He turned and saw that it was fired by Terry, who was smirking. David fired back with his own missile, knocking Terry to the floor. "That was pretty cheap, Terry," David said, turning to his officers. "You three, hold them off. I'll go and get the spear." Eric, Fadi, and Adrian nodded. Their eyes glowed with white light and faced the Sigma brothers. "No," Steve yelled, eyes blazing with white light. He pushed Cameron and Terry forward. "I'm not letting him get that spear." David ran toward the spear as fast as he could. He was halfway from it when he was struck with a light missile from behind. He struggled to keep his balance. It was a lot more powerful than Terry's attack. "Not so fast there," Steve yelled, firing 3 more missiles at David. David focused his powers and incinerated the missiles with a powerful light laser that hit Steve directly in the chest. He sent him tumbling to the floor. "That freshman is no match for me," David grinned as he kept running toward the spear. He looked up at Jax and gave him the middle finger. Jax scoffed. "Don't think this is over, young President." Before David could react, he felt a powerful shock throughout his body before collapsing to the ground. Lightning! Steve learned to use lightning already? Fuck! David looked back. Steve grinned as he stood back up, his hands still crackling with electricity. "Not bad, freshman," David said, smirking. "But not nearly as good as me. Taking a deep breath, David's eyes flashed with bright golden light. He raised both his hands and unleashed a stream of white lightning. Unable to react fast enough, Steve was hit, charring his black jacket. David smirked, knowing that he used just a fraction of his powers. David sprinted toward the spear. When he was within a foot of it, the spear zoomed away from him and flew to the top of a stack of 3 enormous casino chips. David turned to Jax and yelled, "Motherfucker, that's cheating." "So sue me," Jax boomed. "It has a mind of its own." David looked back at his officers fighting the Sigma brothers. "Fadi, leave them. Come over here." He sensed that Jax had more tricks up his sleeve. Fadi turned and acknowledged David's order, dodging a punch from Cameron. He pushed the Sigma brother with a burst of telekinetic energy before running over to David. David pointed to the top of the stack of casino chips. "Up there. Cover me. I'll go and get the spear." David's eyes flashed with white light as he imagined himself becoming light as air. He hadn't flown in months, but the muscle memory kicked in. He leapt off the floor and flew upward. He was halfway up the stack of chips when he heard Fadi scream of pain. Looking back, David was horrified as he saw Steve torturing Fadi with lightning. Steve finished Fadi off by telekinetically pushing him against the stack of chips and choking him with electrified hands. Unable to fight Steve off, Fadi disintegrated into ashes, sending his astral body back to the physical world. David knew that Fadi was still alive, but seeing another Soul Alpha do that to him brought chills to his spine. He looked over to where Eric and Adrian were fighting Cameron and Terry. His 2 officers floated mid-air, levitated by Cameron, while Terry blasted them continuously with a beam of light. Despite his best efforts, Adrian was disintegrated, while Eric resisted. As a legacy descended from one of the founders, David knew that Eric had more innate power in him. He broke free from Cameron's telekinetic grip and pushed him to the ground. With a burst of lightning, Eric destroyed Cameron's astral body and sent him back to the physical world. Terry wasted no time in retaliating. His eyes flashed with white light as he blasted Eric with a barrage of lightning, sending him flying against the wall of a chip. He finished Eric off by summoning a blade of light that decapitated Eric's astral body, removing him from the trial. David trembled in fear as he realized he was alone. But it was too late to quit now. He was too close to the spear. He landed on top of the casino chip. He sensed Steve and Terry quickly approaching. As David got within 10 feet from the spear, it duplicated itself into 4 separate ones. Each one seemed to be completely identical to each other. "You son of a bitch," David screamed at Jax, who just scoffed. Steve and Terry landed on the chip's surface and smirked at David. "It's too bad, David," Steve said. "I think you should give up now." "Yeah," Terry grinned. "It's over, cuz." David's eyes flashed with rage as he shot 3 blasts of lightning at the Sigma brothers. Terry was caught off guard, disintegrating into dust. Steve dodged the lightning blast at the last second. "I guess it's just you and me now, Senior," Steve said, running toward one of the spears. He tried to grab it, but his hand just went right through it. It was a fake. David ran to another spear and tried to grab it. The same thing happened to him. The spear was fake. The 4 spears danced wildly in the air, multiplying into 8, then 16. "I've had enough of this," David said, turning his head up to face Jax. He had just enough energy for one more attack, but the spears would not stop dancing. He knew he had to destroy the source, Jax. David's eyes glowed with golden light. He aimed his hands at Jax and shot a stream of powerful white lightning at the giant. Jax screamed as the lightning hit his eyes. blinding him. "Ugh, you little bastard." The fake spears turned to dust, leaving the real spear remaining. Both David and Steve were within arm's reach of the spear, but since he used up all his energy blinding Jax, David's movement slowed. Steve grabbed the glowing spear, returning everyone back to the physical world. Sigma Chapter 1, The Judgment Trial. Chapter 14, Brother David, Present Day. David heard Jax laughing as he opened his real eyes. "Well done, you three," Jax said, rubbing his eyes. "You've won magnificently, as I expected. I certainly picked the right officers for this job." David looked around and saw shame fill the face of his officers. It crept onto his face as well. Steve, Cameron, and Terry had arrogant smiles on their faces as their souls returned to their physical bodies. Steve looked at David. "You see? It's going to be Sigma Chapter that restores the ritual." "I almost had it," David grumbled at Steve, wiping his glasses. "I should have wasted you when I had the chance." "Almost doesn't cut it, Senior." Foddy stepped forward and grabbed Steve by the shirt. "Why, you little—" "That's enough," David heard a voice yell. As David turned, he saw council members Ever and Preston walking toward him. "Let him go, Foddy," Ever said. Almost reluctantly, Foddy did as Ever told him. David glared at Ever. "Why the fuck would you let Jax do this to us? The new house, the judgment trial?" "Technically, Jax didn't break any rules," Preston interrupted. "Au contraire, he can issue judgment trials, and they are technically Everstone students." "Yeah, goddamn loophole," Ever added. "And a very risky stunt. As your chapter advisor, I'm very disappointed." "In what Jax did?" David asked. "Of course," Ever said, pausing for a moment before speaking again. "And in your lousy performance. I expected better from a senior like you. You let a bunch of freshmen beat you?" David felt Ever's words sink into him like a knife. He never expected Ever to say that. "I think that settles it," Jack said. "My students will be joining in on finding the pages. Remember, there will be no recruitment efforts until you find them. Focus your energy on this." "And what the hell are you three going to do?" David snapped. "You should be helping us find them." Jax lowered his voice. "You're asking questions regarding forces beyond your control, young president. Do not exceed your directive. You weren't there at Grand Chapter all those years ago. You have no idea what horror you carelessly released last semester." Jax's eyes glowed with white light as the High Council teleported away. The Sigma brothers looked at David with determined eyes and smirks. David closed his eyes and tried to teleport to his room, but he used up all his energy during the judgment trial. Instead, he stormed off and went inside the Alpha Chapter house with one thing on his mind. He wanted to find the pages first and shove them in Jax's face. Chapter 15, Founder Alexander, 1869. The next morning, Alex sat down with Connor, John, and Brian at the mess hall. His friends looked happier than he'd ever seen them. "Watch this," Connor said. His eyes flashed with white light. The spoon in his coffee cup stirred without him touching it. Alex grabbed the spoon before anyone else could see it move. The architect said to keep this a secret. Try to control yourself. The light in Connor's eyes faded. All right, I almost forgot. Sorry. We should find another way to practice, John said. They might accuse us of the dark arts and burn us. I've heard rumors of innocent people being put on the stake to die in flames. Alex thought back to when he used his powers to return a wilting rose back to full bloom. It gave him an idea. The clinic, Alex said. Maybe we can go in there and heal people. Connor smiled. Yeah, I concur with that idea. Let's put this power to good use. John and Brian nodded. We can't get caught, Alex said. I read the ritual last night, and it looks like we can erase memories. Connor laughed and smiled. That's impossible. Brian scoffed. Excuse me, Connor. Have you had any idea what we've done already? Does teleporting ring a bell? This is gonna be great, John said. Should we teleport there? As much as I'd like to, Brian said. I think we should just walk. Too many eyes in the daylight. We might be seen. The four friends gulped down their breakfast and sped their way to Dr. Gennaro's clinic. As he walked with them, Alex felt a knot in his stomach. What if he messed up and erased all the doctor's memories? What if it didn't work? How would he explain it? The doctor answered the door after Brian knocked on it. Good morning, gentlemen, Dr. Gennaro greeted the four friends. Ah, Brian. Good to see you, my boy. Good morning, doctor, Brian said. May we come in? I don't recall you having an appointment, but yes, of course. What brings you in today? Thanks. I promise this will be quick. I just have some questions about my wife, if you have a moment. I mean, about my future child. And you're with your friends from the academy. Do they know? Brian's face lost a bit of color. Yeah, I guess now they know. But anyway, is that woman you're treating still here? The one who sliced her hand? Why, yes, Dr. Gennaro replied, his eyes narrowing. Brian wasted no time storming into the patient's room before Alex could restrain him. Everyone else quickly followed with worry. Alex almost threw up at the sight of the sleeping woman. Her entire right arm was purple and green. Dr. Gennaro gave Brian a furious look. You're not supposed to be in here. Patient privacy. Brian ignored the doctor and walked over to the patient. Sitting down on a chair beside her, his eyes glowed with powerful white light as he touched her infected arm. Light covered her entire body as the infection cleared in a few seconds. Dr. Gennaro dropped his pen and notebook. He pointed at Brian with a shaky hand as he grabbed his shotgun from the wall. You boys practice witchcraft. I'm gonna need to tell the authorities. Alex had to do something quickly. Seeing that the doctor was standing on top of a carpet, Alex used telekinesis to pull the rug from under him. The doctor dropped to the floor along with his shotgun. John reached out and telekinetically yanked the shotgun from the doctor. What are you all? Dr. Gennaro asked, voice quivering with fear. Witches? Warlocks? We're still the same people, Doctor, Brian told him. Alex stepped forward toward the door. Connor, John, and Brian nodded at him. It was time to wipe the doctor's memories. Here goes, Alex said, taking a deep breath. Alex's eyes flashed with white light as he stared into Dr. Gennaro's eyes. A torrent of emotion flooded Alex's mind. He saw images of the doctor mixing herbs together, which turned into the doctor studying the human skeleton. Trying to remember what the ritual's instructions were, Alex calmed himself down and pinpointed the memory he wanted to erase. Alex imagined the memory lost in fog, erasing it forever before he exited the doctor's mind. As he opened his eyes, Alex found himself back at the clinic. He helped Dr. Gennaro up and onto a chair. "What happened to me?" Dr. Gennaro asked, rubbing his forehead. "You fainted, sir," Alex said. "Ah, yes," the doctor muttered. "Not getting enough sleep is catching up to me. How embarrassing." Alex gave a polite smile and moved his attention toward the patient. "Look," Alex said, pointing at the woman's hand. "The infection is gone. The treatment you did on her must have worked." Dr. Gennaro jumped from his chair in excitement like a little kid. "That is a miracle. I'm overjoyed." Alex gestured for the doctor to be quiet. "She still needs her rest, sir. Let's not wake her up." "Oh, goodness, I forgot," Dr. Gennaro replied. He turned to Brian and shook his arm with gratitude. "My boy, tell your wife that the honey got rid of the infection. I must publish my findings right away. All of you out. Apologies for the rudeness." Alex, Connor, John, and Brian stepped out of the clinic with grins. "Beginner's luck, I reckon," John cracked. "I doubt it," Alex laughed. "That was fun, gentlemen. We'll need to do it again." "Where to next?" Connor asked. "How about class?" Alex replied. "We're going to be late for the architect's lecture. Our other responsibilities haven't disappeared." John groaned. "Right. Let's go then. Race you there." He looked around before running into a dark alley, disappearing into a cloud of light. Connor and Brian followed suit. Alex rolled his eyes, hesitating for a few seconds before he finally did the same. Chapter 16. Brother David. David spent the rest of the day cleaning his room by hand, ensuring that everything was immaculate, organized, and symmetrically placed. He could have used his powers as a shortcut, but he needed the time to think. He dusted each of his trophies, a whole glass cabinet with a mix from college and high school. Football and rocket club mostly. With each trophy he cleaned, the feelings of being a fraud reinfected him, like he didn't deserve them. Of course, each one was from a battle hard fought, but the sentiment still lingered. I may have lost my touch, but I'm not the problem here. Jax is. David's eyebrows creased as he slammed one of his football trophies down, leaving a crack on the shelf. David imagined the cracks being repaired, and with a swift hand movement, the shelf was fixed. He heard a knock at his door, making him release a sigh of exasperation. "What the hell do you want from me?" David muttered. "It's Adrian." David straightened out his shirt and wiped the sweat off his face and glasses. He was chapter president, and the pressure to set a good example was always hanging over him. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he walked to the door and opened it. "Sorry I snapped," David said. "Jax is getting out of hand." "I know, man. But it's been half a day," Adrian said. "The observatory is opening soon. Are you ready to go?" "Sure. Just give me a few minutes." David could sense that Adrian wasn't buying his masked frustration. David could sense that Adrian wasn't buying his masked frustration. David forced himself to be calm and made the mask stronger. Eric and Fadi were waiting on a bench on the front lawn, playing games on their phones. They must have ditched their night classes to come with them. Finally, Fadi said, I was getting bored of this game. Please, Eric scoffed. It's because you keep losing to me. David turned his head and saw one of the Sigma brothers, Cameron, walking outside of their house. He wasn't supposed to be mad at them. David knew they were part of the same fraternity after all, at least on paper. But because of his tendency to be competitive, David's drive to beat them to the pages remained ignited. He wasn't going to let a group of freshmen beat him again. He reminded himself that they just got lucky last time. Let's go, boys, David said, his eyes flashing with light. We're not backing down. David and his officers teleported to the back of the astronomy building so that no one could see them. They made their way to the front and entered the old brick building. The front desk receptionist, a young lady sipping on an iced coffee, greeted the brothers with a smile. Can I help you guys? David smiled at her and pointed at the stairs to the observatory. We're just going to have a look at the telescope tonight. The young lady frowned. I'm sorry, but I can't let you through. The school is going to start renovating it tomorrow, so it's been sealed off. I see. What's your name? Before he could say another word, Fadi moved in front of David. He stared directly in the young woman's eyes and placed her in a trance. Fadi grabbed the key from the table and proceeded to unlock the door to the stairs. Fadi smirked at David. What? I saw that look you gave her. Let's not get distracted. David rolled his eyes. I was just practicing persuading without my powers. Right, Fadi smirked. I'm sure Monica would like that. David turned around when he heard the door open. The Sigma brothers walked in, and the three of them smirked. Looks like we're all here, Terry said. I guess you guys interpreted the clue the same way. I'm surprised. David ignored Terry's taunt, turned around, and motioned for his officers to follow Fadi upstairs to the observatory. Everything in the room was plastered in yellow caution tape, even the giant telescope in the center. This was David's first time in the building, so he was surprised to see that the Sol Alpha emblem was engraved on the telescope. He climbed up the steps, ripping apart the caution tape that blocked him. David looked through the telescope but saw nothing except for the stars in the sky. Go to where the eyes can see for 1,000 miles, the architect's clue said. Steve climbed up to the telescope. Excuse me, let me see. David obliged and moved out of the way. It's just a fuck ton of stars, Steve said. Adrian stepped to the telescope. Telescopes need light for us to see. What if we try our powers on it? With that, Adrian generated a ball of light in his hands and inserted it into the viewfinder. The telescope suddenly spun around, almost hitting David's face. It split into two, and a ghostly figure of a young man appeared. He was wearing a white coat and a cowboy hat. My name is Alexander Lionheart, one of the founders of Sol Alpha Fraternity. If you are watching my memory speak, then you must be a Sol Alpha as well. You are here to repair the ritual, and for that, you must pass my judgment trial. With no further warning, David and the others found themselves split from their physical bodies and pulled into the astral world. Chapter 17. Brother David, Present Day. David found himself standing in a waiting room alongside his officers and Sigma chapter. Alex stood with his arms crossed. His ghostly form was gone. This time, he looked like he did when he was alive. The founder grinned at everyone. You may all use your powers here if you think they'll help. Follow instructions carefully. Each one of you will enter a room and begin the trial. 7 doors, one for each brother, appeared out of white light. David stepped forward and opened his door, as did the others. The room David entered had a table with a chair on it. A clock was on the wall, but it had no numbers on it. It only had the word flow. David sat down, and another door appeared. Alex entered and brought David a piece of paper with a menu on it. "Wait here while I administer the trial to the others," Alex said. "The menu will provide. Enjoy. The wait will be short." David read the menu, and his eyes darted to his favorite sandwich, a ham and cheese croissant. Before he could open his mouth to order, the sandwich appeared on a silver plate on the table. Astonished at how quickly the sandwich appeared, David read the drink menu and thought of wanting a cup of green tea. It appeared in an instant, piping hot and freshly brewed. David stared at the sandwich and tea with disbelief. It's not even real food, but it looks so good. He took a bite of the sandwich and took in its intense, savory taste. This is the best sandwich ever. Through the thin walls, David heard screams coming from both sides. The sound of bones breaking made the hair on his neck stand up. But somehow, the sound didn't seem to bother him. He just continued eating the sandwich and drinking the tea, which was brewed to smooth perfection. Once he finished the sandwich, David stared at the menu again. "I'd give anything for one more bite." Alex probably wouldn't mind. Another sandwich appeared, and David went back to eating it. The same savory taste was unbelievable. And so he asked for a third one, and a fourth one, and a fifth. He would have kept asking for more, but Eric's telepathic voice spoke to him. "David, did the test start for you yet? I'm still waiting for Alex to come back. But damn, this popcorn shrimp is beyond delicious." David, still eating his fifth sandwich, replied, "No, he hasn't come back to my room yet. You need to try the croissant sandwich. I can't stop eating it." Again, David heard screams in the room next to him. David couldn't remember who was in it. "Eric, do you hear screams next door?" David asked, taking another bite of the croissant, finishing his fifth one. "I'm the one right next to you, dude. I'm not screaming." David ordered a sixth sandwich, but he remembered something that the food somehow made him forget. This was all fake. David snapped out of the food trance. He lifted his shirt and found that his athletic physique was gone. A large belly replaced it. Horrified, David pushed the sandwich away, dropping the silver plate with it to the ground. It shattered and vaporized into nothing. Alex's words echoed in David's mind. "Wait here until I administer the trial." David turned to the clock on the wall. Alex must be testing my patience and self-control. That's it. I just have to wait this out. Looking at the clock and its word "now," David quieted his mind to listen to it tick. The clock's ticking got louder and louder until it was almost unbearable. But it finally ended after 68 ticks. David felt his body return to normal. Alex entered David's room and shook his hand with an iron grip. "Congratulations, David. You've exhibited patience and discipline. You've passed my judgment trial. My page is yours." After a flash of light, David and the others found themselves back at the observatory. Alex's ghostly memory handed David his ritual page. "Well done. Now you must find Connor and complete his judgment trial." "Where can I find him?" David asked. "A place for quiet leads to a place for rest," Alex said before disappearing. "Good luck, brothers." Terry scoffed at David. "What the hell kind of trial was that? What a scam!" David smirked. "You're just mad because you couldn't figure it out." Terry and the other two Sigma brothers turned their backs. "Whatever. Later, cuz, Terry said before the three teleported away. We'll beat you next time. Chapter 18. Brother Jax. Present day. With fast-paced classical music blasting in the background, Jax sped through replying to emails as fast as his fingers would allow him. He was in his Sol Alpha headquarters office today to clear his mind from work at the casino. The emails were almost always about the same subject. The chapters across the country kept asking if they would be able to start recruitment again. Not until we restore the goddamn ritual, Jax muttered as he finally resorted to copy and pasting the same reply with some small changes. Minus the goddamn part, of course. It was almost midnight, but he still had many things to attend to. Jax was interrupted by 5 knocks at his office door. He used telekinesis to turn the knob. Come in. Preston entered Jax's office with a disappointing look on his face. Jax, I have just heard from Sigma chapter. It looks like they failed to get Alexander's page. Your students are not what they seem. Sighing, Jax rubbed his forehead. I told those guys to be extra careful. The founders are very sneaky with their judgment trials. They are short one officer, Preston said. I would have thought you, of all people, to include that in your plans. You run a casino after all. You should have known the odds. Jax shot a serious glance at Preston. Don't lecture me about odds. There's only one thing left to do. Jax's eyes glowed with golden light as his body separated into 2 identical bodies. You and I will remain here to work on calming the other chapters, Original Jax said, while I will also help Sigma chapter gather the pages. Preston nodded with disapproval. There's no need for that. You played your cards, Jax. We need to be on guard together in case Dekronos attacks us. Save your strength. The 2 Jaxes responded with silence. Deep down, they both knew that Preston was right. As Grand President, Jax had inherited Alex's founding power to split up into 4 separate bodies, each one with an equal fraction of the original's mental and physical strength. Reluctantly, Jax combined his bodies together. So far, there's been no sightings, Jax told Preston. No chapters have been attacked. Do your visions say otherwise? Preston closed his eyes while white light covered his body. He stood there for several seconds before he opened them again. The future is still clouded. Everything keeps changing, not staying still. Too difficult to advise. Jax nodded. Please keep trying when you have time later. We need to make sure everything goes as planned. There shouldn't be a repeat of 1969. Preston agreed. In the meantime, we have to train and conduct a council meeting tonight. Ever should be finished dusting off one of his private boxing rings by now. You're on, old man, Jax replied, laughing. We're basically the same age, jackass, Preston said. Chapter 19. Brian Dekronos, 1869. Mother of God! Brian screamed as a bee crawled on his arm. It stood there for a few seconds before buzzing off. It took a lot of willpower for him not to swat it off. Natasha gave Brian a playful slap. They're just my bees, Brian. You've been around them before. They're very gentle. You should be too. Yeah, but every time Robert sends us out, I seem to forget. The bees out there in the wild are different, vicious. Natasha carefully sealed the last jar of honey for the day. Brian had been collecting the sweet fluid with her for the entire afternoon. You know honey never goes bad, right? Natasha smiled. And immortal food, I'd say so myself. Brian teased her. Is that another one of Dr. Gennaro's rumors? Oh, hush. Natasha laughed. Speaking of the doctor, he came by today when you were at the academy. He told me something strange. Brian's heart started racing. Did the doctor actually forget what happened? Or did Alex mess up the memory wipe? He said that the honey and his herb mixture worked, Natasha said. Natasha placed the last jar of honey inside a crate of a dozen jars. He said that the honey and his herb mixture worked. The woman he was treating, well, her arm is back to normal, as if she was never ill at all. Isn't that a miracle? Brian almost choked. Huh? Oh, yes, thank God. Natasha sealed the crates of honey and suddenly smiled. Eric. Who's Eric? Our son's name. I want his name to be Eric. How do you know the baby is going to be a boy? Natasha laughed. I don't, but Dr. Gennaro told me he had a hunch. I heard rumors that he's never been wrong. We'll just have to wait and see. Brian placed a hand on his wife's stomach and kissed her. It was only the first trimester, so it hadn't expanded much. Okay. It'll be Eric, he replied, secretly thankful that she'd chosen a simple short name. Then Brian heard a crash coming from inside his house. Chapter 20. Brian de Kronos, 1869. Natasha was about to scream, but Brian covered her mouth. Bandits. They must not know we're here, he whispered. Brian thought of the shotgun he kept hidden inside the dining table. He needed to get it, but he thought of another way out of this mess. I could use my powers on them, but that would mean revealing the secret. Two men carrying tattered black shirts emerged from the house. They each carried a knife. Brian and Natasha ducked behind two wooden barrels. Natasha must not know. It wouldn't feel right erasing my wife's memory. There has to be another way. As Brian's heart raced, he knew that he could teleport inside the house to grab the gun, but he needed to make sure Natasha wouldn't see. He could also use telekinesis to make the bandits trip. Natasha, Brian said, trembling. Close your eyes and hold still. Don't make a sound. I'm going to run to the house and grab our gun. With her pale face, Natasha nodded and closed her eyes tightly. Brian stood up. Eyes blazing with angry white light, Brian used his telekinetic power to knock the two bandits to the ground with a thud. What's going on? Natasha whimpered. Keep your eyes closed, Brian grunted. I have this under control. Brian closed his eyes and imagined himself inside the kitchen. In a flash, his body teleported there. Nervous energy coursed through Brian's body as he removed the top of the table to reveal a hidden compartment where the family gun sat. Brian snatched it and stepped outside. As soon as he did, he was met with Natasha's blood-curdling scream. A third bandit, a fat, masked man who carried a sharp machete, grabbed Natasha by the hair. With a swift swing, he sliced off her neck, silencing her forever. As Natasha's blood poured from her neck, Brian was ignited with an uncontrollable rage. Eyes glowing with blood-red light, Brian screamed at the bandit. How dare you? Brian, who meant to use his telekinesis on the bandit, raised his hands at his wife's murderer. A flurry of red lightning erupted from his fingers and electrified the bandit. As the bandit's face melted off, Brian's agonizing scream filled the air. He kept firing lightning until nothing was left of the man except dust. Do not think I have forgotten about you two. Brian whispered as he turned to the first two bandits. He turned and saw them shaking with fear. Before they could run away, Brian held them in place with telekinesis, before using red lightning to incinerate their bodies. Taste justice, you cowards! After falling from a murderous high, tears of despair streamed down Brian's face. He fell to the ground on his knees near the body of his dead wife. But it was not just his wife the bandit killed. His son-to-be was dead with her. The bandit murdered an innocent pregnant woman. Still, Brian would not give up. He remembered his healing powers. Maybe he could bring his beloved Natasha back to life. Brian grabbed Natasha's bloody severed head and placed it at her bleeding neck. Sobbing uncontrollably, Brian covered her with healing light, focusing on reviving her. Brian trembled. No, no, no. Brian trembled as nothing happened. Is this the limit of my power? This can't be. The world felt like it was spinning as Brian depleted his psychic energy. Despite his desperate efforts, nothing was working. With a last burst of power, Brian reached for Natasha's stomach. I can't save your mother, but maybe I can save you, Eric. I want you to enter the world when you are ready. Not now, for I'm far too broken to be a good father. Brian imagined his son being born to a healthy mother. To his surprise, Natasha's stomach flattened. Brian watched tearfully as his son's essence escaped from Natasha's dead body and disappeared into thin air. After I bring justice to the entire world, we shall meet again. I promise you this. With his powers used up, Brian fell into a deep sleep on the cold, muddy ground, soaked with Natasha's blood. Chapter 21. Brother David, Present Day. David carefully placed Alexander's page next to the founding ritual. The book crackled with lightning, absorbing the page in its battered binding. 2 more to go, and this nightmare would be over, and the fraternity would be back to normal. I'll be able to leave it better than when it found me. Monica stood beside David, holding his hand. I'm glad you're safe. What was Alex like? David laughed. Well, he looked surprisingly young for someone over 150 years old. Monica rolled her eyes. As David walked Monica out of the vaults, he uttered Alex's clue again. A place for quiet leads to a place for rest. What do you think he meant by that? I think he meant you should take a break. I'm sure that Adrian is on it, Monica said. Look at you. You're practically falling apart. She reached out and swiped cold sweat from David's forehead. He felt his face redden by her touch. Why don't we go for a ride on my motorcycle again? It's been months. She's right, David thought. He needed to silence that small part of him who's always worrying, always needing to be perfect. Let's go. But where? David asked. I know just the place. Let's get ourselves ready. The Delta Lux sister walked into David's kitchen. Using a tiny golden key from her bracelet, she unlocked a secret compartment in the fridge. Inside it were jars of glowing spices. Monica grabbed 2 jars labeled Thadian white sugar and Veritasian brown sugar. She searched David's fridge for organic strawberries, blueberries, and heavy cream. Monica blended 2 separate smoothies split into 4 glasses. She used white sugar for the strawberry smoothies while using brown sugar for the blueberry ones. With her eyes glowing with blue light, she used her powers of ice to cool the drinks, infusing them with her sorority's magic. Cheers, Monica said, clinking her strawberry smoothie glass with David's. They both drank at the same time. As David savored the smoothie's sweet flavor, Monica disappeared before his eyes. As he put his glass down, he saw his body disappear as well. The strawberry smoothie made them both invisible. The two drank the blueberry smoothies next, which allowed them to see each other. They would be hidden from the world, but not to each other. David took Monica's hand, teleporting both of them to the Delta Lux parking lot. As they both got on Monica's red motorcycle, it also disappeared from human sight. You ready? David asked. Monica nodded, giggling while she hugged David. I never thought this would happen again. Glad you have your powers back. Me neither, David replied. Thank the architect. Concentrating, David channeled his telekinetic power to the motorcycle. It roared to life and lifted them off the ground, both invisible to everyone below. David and Monica smiled at the gorgeous midnight sky and the shimmering campus below. The chilly winter air felt nice on David's face. I can't believe we're going to graduate this semester, Monica sighed. I'm going to miss this place. Monica's words hit David hard. He almost forgot that this was his last semester because of the pressure from the High Council. Me too, David said. But just the people. The professors here are such dumbasses. Monica slapped David playfully. Ouch. Even my mom? She's okay for a biology professor, I guess, David teased. Maybe you should follow in her footsteps. Monica laughed and slapped David again. Can you imagine me as a science nerd? Huh, no way. Well, you are going to be an accountant, David laughed. That's not too far off. Monica stuck her tongue out and burst out laughing. Whatever, genius. Let's just grab some dinner. As David drove the flying motorcycle further and further from campus, he kept his eyes peeled for the small diner that he and Monica often visited. The red and yellow building looked like a toy from the sky. As David and Monica hit the ground, the building's details came into view. Yarrow's Diner, open 24/7, was lit with neon lights. After David and Monica dismounted, the magic of her smoothies wore off. As they entered the diner, the owner, Yarrow, greeted them with a friendly smile. He was a tall blond man who wore a black and gold apron. Nice to see you again, Yarrow, David said, sitting down at a table. We'll take the usual, please. Yes. 2 orders of beef stroganoff and 2 ice mochas. Can't go wrong with that, Yarrow said, scribbling down the order. An extra shot of espresso for both of us, please, Monica said, winking at David. We don't plan on sleeping tonight. Roger that, Yarrow said. Yarrow's eyes flashed with a white light as he used telekinesis to pour David and Monica 2 glasses of water to get them started. David looked around, but there were no other people in the diner. Yarrow, you're... David started to say. An alum, yes, Yarrow laughed. Eta Kappa chapter on the West Coast. Aren't you glad that our powers are back? That's a relief, David said, thankful that Yarrow wasn't an Umbra Omega. I'm glad. You never used your powers when we were here before. Yarrow nodded. Slow night, so I figured, why not? He teleported several ice cubes into their glasses. Food will be out in 15 minutes. Monica smiled. You guys are everywhere, I swear. David and Monica spent their waiting time telling jokes about graduation. Before long, 2 bowls of beef stroganoff teleported right at their table. Order up, Yarrow yelled from the kitchen. 2 glasses of ice mochas appeared next to the food. Thanks, brother, David said. Before David could take another bite of his food, he received a text from Adrian. It read, We're at the library. but I can't figure out the riddle. Help. Taking a deep breath, David put his phone on mute. As a leader, he knew when to trust his officers. He was sure that Adrian could figure out the clue to the second page. Right now, he needed to focus on the present, to recharge before the next judgment trial. So, David said, taking a bite of the hot pasta. His glasses became foggy from the steam. Your place or mine? Monica rolled her eyes and laughed. How about we eat first? I'm starved. Chapter 22. Brother Adrian. Present day. Adrian frowned. He's not texting back. Motherfucker left me unseen. Fadi scoffed. We can handle this without him. Besides, it was your genius idea to give him the night off. Yeah, well, he needed it. Jax was being Jax again. Adrian winced. Whenever he wanted to help someone, it always came back to bite him in the ass. Eric chimed in. The Sigmas are not even here yet, so we're a step ahead of them. We'll be fine. Adrian had run every possible Soul Alpha term on the school's library database, even the ones that were password protected. Each time, there was nothing. Could Alex's clue be referring to another location? Adrian toyed with the possibility, but he brushed it off immediately. It had to be in the library. Just as Adrian was about to type in another search, the Sigma brothers entered the library. Adrian felt a fit of rage brewing inside him as he saw Terry pull out an enormous laptop before sitting down at one of the tables. Check this baby out, Terry grinned as he booted up the computer. A gift from Jax. 256 gigs of memory, 15 terabytes of storage, and 120 cores of processing power. It's not even out to the public yet. A torrent of envy suddenly hit Adrian as he heard Terry's computer specs, but he maintained his composure. At least, he thought so. Terry snarked. What's wrong? Too powerful for you? Steve looked around with his hands on his hips. Where's David? I thought he'd be here already. Cameron snickered. Yeah, where the hell is he? Eric stepped up to Steve. He's not here, so that makes me the ranking officer. There was an awkward silence, but Adrian could sense Steve laugh internally about the fact that Eric was a freshman vice president. Talk about hypocrisy. They're the same age, Adrian thought. As Adrian's frustration grew, he froze when he saw Terry typing furiously on his laptop. He's like a machine, Adrian gulped. And I thought I typed like a demon. Query after query, Terry frowned as no search results turned up. Nothing? Cameron asked. Maybe we're in the wrong place. That's a new thought, Adrian snarked. Frustrated, Adrian stood up and walked to the reference desk. He was usually annoyed at how the school still spent money hiring a reference person, given the internet. But he swallowed his annoyance and continued. He could sense Terry's grin behind him. Adrian sighed, admitting to himself that there were times for computers and there were times to ask people. When he got to the reference desk, the old lady behind seemed utterly surprised. Her name tag read, Candace. The bathroom is by the computer lab, dear, Candace said. Ma'am, I'm actually here because I need help finding something. Maybe you could help me. Candace's eyes brightened. Adrian could sense that it had been a while since a student asked her for help. I'm writing a research paper on Everstone University's history. Adrian showed Candace a list of the 3 founders of Soul Alpha. Immediately, Candace smiled. Come with me, dear. I know what you need. Adrian followed Candace up to the highest floor of the library, the quietest floor. The Connor Goldsmith Honors Study Room is where you should start your research, Candace whispered. She pointed to a door, locked with swipe card access. Adrian almost gasped as he saw the Sol Alpha emblem right above the door, faded, but still visible. I didn't know this place existed, Adrian whispered. Thank you, ma'am. My pleasure, Candace smiled as she headed to the elevator. Not everything is on our website, dear. I don't even know how to edit the blasted thing. That's right. The library had a private section for honor students. Adrian had access to it, but he had completely forgotten about it since he was always studying at the house. Adrian texted the others to get up to the quiet study floor. He used his student ID to swipe into the secured area. The Connor Goldsmith Honor Study Room was kept in immaculate condition. The desks were made with polished mahogany wood, and the emblem of Sol Alpha was embedded into the ceiling. A golden picture frame near the bookshelves read, "This room was made possible by the donations of Connor Goldsmith, who was one of the early students of the university, once a humble map-making academy." Sol Alpha's emblem was engraved on the lower right of the frame. Adrian wasn't sure why, but he was drawn to it. He put his hands on it and watched as it glowed with white light. The others arrived and stood behind Adrian, shock and awe on their faces, Terry especially. The memory of Connor Goldsmith materialized. Connor wore the white Sol Alpha suit and an old-fashioned gray hat. Howdy. I'm Connor Goldsmith, Alpha 2, one of Sol Alpha's founders. My ashes reside in this library. I reckon you passed Alex's trial, and now you're here for mine. It won't be so easy, so you'd best prepare yourselves. Connor's eyes glowed with golden light as he initiated his judgment trial. Chapter 23, Brother Adrian, Present Day. After Adrian opened his eyes, he had changed to a white toga with a simple pocket. Everyone else wore the same thing. Looking around, bustling sounds of bargaining and yelling filled Adrian's ears. Down a steep hill, there appeared to be 100 merchandise stalls and tents. Merchants were selling everything from spices to fabric to livestock. Adrian realized that Connor's judgment trial was based on ancient Greek markets. He hoped that it had something to do with math, one of his strengths. Connor appeared, also wearing a toga. While he handed each participant 2 shiny gold coins, he announced the rules of the trial. One of these merchants has the page. Whoever buys it first gets it. With a final grin before disappearing into the crowd, Connor vanished into thin air. Good luck, his whisper lingered. The Sigma brothers ran down the hill together without hesitation. They talked for a few seconds and split off in different directions to browse the market. Adrian turned to Fadi and Eric, putting his gold coins in his pocket. Where should we start? Fadi looked over to a stall where the merchant was selling books. Should we head over there? Seems like the right place. No, Adrian shook his head. That seems too obvious. Connor wouldn't make it that easy. It wouldn't hurt to try, Fadi replied. Then everything in the market froze. Only the participants were left moving. Connor appeared again. I should tell you. You have 5 minutes to find the page, or you will fail. I don't give retests. Connor's eyes flashed with white light, and a 10-foot hourglass with gold sand appeared in the sky. Good luck again, gents, Connor said before disappearing. Adrian's heart raced as he watched the hourglass sand fall. Fadi, go ahead and look at the bookstall. Eric, go and help him. I'll browse the rows as fast as I can. Looking like a frightened scientist, Adrian sped walked through the market, blazing through sands of spices, clothing, and jewelry. He only had 2 gold coins, so he had to make sure he saved them for the page. The hourglass chimed. 4 minutes and 30 seconds, Connor's voice announced. Shit, that is fast, Adrian whispered. He looked over to Eric and Fadi. They were still looking through bookshelves. There must have been dozens of them. As Adrian walked, he ran into Terry speaking to a fruit merchant, a chubby man who had a smear of strawberry jam on his lower lip. I'm looking for someone selling rare collectibles, Terry said. Do you happen to know where I could find them? We only sell fruit, the merchant replied. I know that, Terry scoffed. But do you have any friends who are selling collectibles? Buy fruit or get out. You're wasting my time. Adrian sensed a flash of anger in Terry, but it subsided as soon as the brothers met eye contact. There you are. Any luck? Terry asked. These fuckers are useless. Nothing, Adrian replied. The hourglass chimed again. 4 minutes, Connor's voice announced. As Connor finished his announcement, more merchant stalls appeared out of thin air. About a dozen of them. Each one was selling expensive-looking jewelry and clothing. Each one except a dingy stall at the end of the row. Adrian smiled as Terry made a beeline to it. Those fucking stalls won't have the page, Adrian thought as he gripped a gold coin. Damn it, Connor. I think I found it, Adrian heard Terry yell. Adrian turned and saw Terry speaking to a skinny old man behind the dingy stall. He had warts all over his face and what seemed like green rashes all over his arms. He was selling all kinds of old junk on the floor. Wooden dolls, spoons, broken jars. It seemed that he didn't have enough money for a table for his wares. As Adrian walked to the stall, he heard Terry talk to the old man. I have 2 gold coins, Terry said. I want that shiny piece of paper. The old man grunted and looked into Terry's eyes. The paper cost 13 coins. Terry's eyes narrowed. It's old. I want a better deal than that. Don't try and rip me off. That can't happen, the old man coughed, making Terry flinch. 13 coins for the page? Adrian was puzzled. With everyone's combined coins, they would only have 12. What kind of trick was Connor playing? 3 minutes. 3 minutes, Connor's voice filled the air. Terry turned to Adrian. We know where the page is. Let's get everyone together and make a plan. Adrian nodded. After a mad dash to get the brothers, they gathered in a circle. That dirty old man with the shitty stand has our page, Terry said. He's demanding 13 coins. Steve stepped forward to Adrian. Everyone hand me all your coins. That makes a total of 12. I'll go ahead and try to haggle with that guy. He gave Terry a stern glance. Go and make sure the old fool doesn't leave while we pull our money together. Terry nodded and left, heading back to the old man's stand. Steve gathered all 12 coins and put them inside a brown bag. 2 minutes, Connor's voice announced, louder this time. You gents better hustle. When Adrian, Steve, and the others got back to the stand, Terry looked like a kid on Christmas morning as the old man reluctantly handed him the page. His eyes glowed with powerful white light, revealing that he had used a form of hypnotic trance on the old man. The minute the page landed on his hand, Terry's smile turned into a victorious, sinister smirk. The bag of coins that Steve had teleported into Terry's hand. He eagerly handed it to the old man, who didn't seem surprised. Steve and Cameron teleported to Terry's side, and they all flashed a sinister grin. Looks like our work here is done, Steve announced. Jax will be pleased. And with that, the hands of the Sigma brothers were sliced off with 6 flying knives. As blood fountained from their arms, the page landed on the floor. Oh, what the fuck? Terry screamed. Connor appeared near the Sigmas and waggled his finger. You 3 should know better than that. Goodbye, gentlemen. You failed. A bolt of lightning appeared from the sky and disintegrated the Sigma brothers. Turning to Adrian, Connor lowered his voice as he took the bag of coins. You have 1 minute left. What will you do? If you fail this test, you won't get another chance. Connor disappeared into thin air, and the page was back in the old man's hands. Enough of this bullshit, Eric said, stepping forward. We just have to kill the merchant. Adrian blocked Eric's path. Don't be an idiot, DeCronos. You saw what happened to those Sigma fuckers. Eric grunted and scoffed, but his face softened. I hate it when you're right. Adrian nodded and turned to the old man. Why 13? The old man coughed and took a deep breath. He pointed to another stall, one that Adrian overlooked. There was a woman who was selling many different vials of questionable medicine. I'm dying of the plague, the man admitted. The woman has a cure. That's what everyone says. Then it clicked in Adrian's mind. He stepped closer to the old man. Young man, keep your distance. You'll catch plague, he warned. I can make you feel better, Adrian said. Right this instant. Stop, Fadi said, grabbing Adrian's arm. That's an exposure of power. Adrian disregarded Fadi's suggestion. We're in the astral world, so it doesn't apply. And what choice do we have? Adrian touched the man's forehead and concentrated on healing the old man. With all of his energy, Adrian enveloped the man in warm healing light. The man's skin turned back to normal, and a bright smile appeared on his face. I can breathe again, he said. By the gods of Olympus. The old man took Adrian's hand and placed the page on it. He transformed into Connor, who told Adrian, You are a true soul alpha. Under times of stress, you chose to adhere to your principles. I hereby grant you my page of the ritual. A final grain of sand dropped in the flying hourglass, and the Soul Alpha brothers returned to the physical world. Chapter 24, Brother Adrian, Present Day. As Adrian opened his eyes to acclimate back to the physical world, he saw the Sigma brothers' defeated faces. They kept looking at their hands, making sure they were still attached. Adrian stepped forward and shoved Terry to the floor with a telekinetic push. Why the hell did you have to do that, Terry? Mess with us during the trial? What are you guys really up to? Eric and Fadi raised their hands. Their eyes glowed with white light as their hands warmed up with energy, ready to strike the Sigmas. Jax will be pleased? Eric gritted his teeth. What the hell did you mean by that? Steve raised both his hands and covered Terry. Wait, guys, stop this. We're in the library, Adrian whispered. Quiet the hell up. Steve sighed. We're on the same side, guys. Jax wants Brian DeCronos out of the way. Then why the hell did you trick us? Adrian asked. Steve smirked. Eric's father is the whole reason we're in this mess in the first place. He's a danger to the entire world. Jax only wants him destroyed. Eric protested. He's not my father. How could he be? He's over 150 years old. Don't get it twisted. No, Terry yelled. You don't get it twisted. Jax told us about Brian DeCronos. He is your 150-year-old father. His corrupted powers kept him alive. Once again, shut the hell up, Adrian grunted. My chapter won the page. We've outperformed you guys twice now. Why don't you just chill and let us handle finding the last page? Steve took quick glances at Cameron and Terry. They each looked at him with a defeated face. Fine, Steve said. Go ahead without us. We don't want to fight you. Without waiting any longer, the Sigma brothers teleported away from the library. Adrian, Eric, and Fadi took serious glances at each other. We've got to get David and see the High Council, Fadi said. David won't budge tonight, Adrian said. I can promise you that. But first thing tomorrow morning, we'll figure something out. Eric nodded. Agreed. Chapter 25. Brother Steve, present day. Steve, Cameron, and Terry knocked at the High Council's chambers at the same time. Steve's heart raced at the thought of confronting an angry Jax Honor More. The door opened. Jax and Preston sat in silence at the round table inside. They were both drinking tall glasses of Irish whiskey. I presume that you failed, right? Jax asked. Preston's visions were unclear, but I see it in your faces. Steve gulped. Yes, sir. We're sorry. Jax sighed. This is the second time you've failed me. Once Alpha Chapter gathers the last page, they'll have all three. Jax clapped his hands. In the middle of the round table, the ritual appeared from a hidden compartment. Its pages glowed with a faint golden light. How did you get that? Steve asked. I thought that Alpha Chapter had it. I told Preston to switch it with a fake, Jax said. I used to be a security specialist, Preston nodded. They won't suspect a thing, even with Adrian's fancy cameras and sensors. Preston's eyes glowed with a powerful golden light. But we need to act quickly. They're bound to get the third page soon. Another door opened. It was Monica Stellaris from Delta Lux. She carried a blue basket with her. I have what you need, Mr. Honor More, Monica said. And David is sound asleep. Monica put the basket on the round table and opened it, revealing a steaming plate of chili con carne. It's the chili began carne recipe from the Delta Lux ritual, Monica said. Prepared with Haitian black peppers. And it will do what you told me, Jax asked, inhaling the spicy aroma. Yes, I'm pretty sure. I can finally rest now, knowing I've avenged my sister Ariana. Good. All of this will be behind us, so you and your boyfriend can have a normal life. Jax gestured for Steve, Cameron, and Terry to rush over. He prepared one bowl of chili for each brother in the room. Let's do it, Preston said. It's now or never. Steve scooped a spoonful of the chili and raised it to his mouth. He took a bite, savoring the intense flavor of the meat, bean, and peppers melted together. He'd never tasted a more delicious chili recipe. The other Sigma brothers followed suit. Now, Monica instructed, the effects should be immediate. Do what you wish to do, Mr. Honor Amor. Jax nodded. As the brothers continued eating the chili, the Soul Alpha ritual caught on fire. Flames that glowed with blue, green, and red luster. Jax looked at Preston and signaled him to start. The Delta Lux recipe was working its magic. The two council members raised their hands at the ritual. Their eyes glowed with golden light as they blasted the ritual with a continuous surge of lightning. Steve, surprised at the sudden turn of events, yelled at Jax. Wait, what are you doing? You told me that this recipe was supposed to seal Brian back into the book. This looks like you're trying to destroy it. Jax screamed at Steve. Stay out of this, young president. This is High Council business. The judgment trial weakened you, so I doubt you have the strength to fight us. Steve's eyes widened in realization. Oh no, what have I done? He's going to destroy the ritual. No, Steve yelled. You can't do this. We're going to lose our powers. Jax continued his attack on the ritual. It's a small price to pay to defeat Brian de Kronos. Steve raised his hands and threw a blast of light at Jax. Monica swooped in front of him and deflected it with a wall of reflective ice. Don't stop it, Monica said. Once the ritual is gone, Brian will also lose his powers. We have no choice. My sister's sacrifice will not be in vain. Monica's eyes glowed with blue and red light. She summoned 3 foot-long knives of sharp ice and aimed it at the Sigma brothers. The knives stabbed Steve, Cameron, and Terry's shirts. They weren't wounded, but Monica directed the giant knives to the wall. Stop this, Steve yelled, struggling to break free. You can't do this to us. We had a deal. I will keep my end of the bargain, Jack said, sighing. At last, the ritual will be destroyed. The architect lied to us after all. It can be destroyed. In the center of the round table, the ritual was reduced to nothing but ashes. Preston and Jax had smiles plastered on their faces as they congratulated each other. Preston shook hands with Jax. Great job. Thanks for talking me into this. The Grand President smiled. We've finally won against Umbra Omega. Jax gestured at a chair and tried to move it with telekinesis, but there was no effect. His smile widened even more. It worked beautifully. My powers are gone, but Brian will trouble our fraternity no more. Monica nodded and smiled. She turned to the Sigma brothers stuck on the walls and used her powers to thaw the knives. Steve and the others fell to the floor with a soft thud. My work is done here, boys, Monica said. Now, about my travel expenses back to campus. Since you can't just teleport me back, I'd have to take a plane. Jax nodded. Yes, of course. Your jet will be ready in about an hour. We haven't forgotten. Travel expenses will also be deposited in your account right away. And then some. Thank you, Mr. Honor Amor. It was a pleasure to help. I hope this brings peace to your fraternity. Please just call me Jax. And likewise, young lady, Jax said. We're very great. Jax suddenly stopped talking. His eyes went completely blank. He fell to the floor on his knees. Oh no, Preston trembled. What's happening to him? A flash of light filled the room that came from the round table. Steve watched with both horror and hope as the ritual's ashes glowed with light, as it crackled with electricity. In a few seconds, the ritual was back to what it looked like before Jax and Preston attacked it. Preston's eyes widened with fear. It's back. How's this possible? Wasn't your recipe supposed to work? Monica gasped. I cooked it perfectly. I don't know why this is happening. Steve stepped forward. He focused on putting Jax on a chair. To his surprise, he was able to use telekinesis to levitate him to sit down. Jax. Preston looked into the Grand President's face. Talk to me. Jax sat there, almost motionless. His eyes were wide open, but when he looked at Preston, there was no reply. Steve looked into Jax's eyes in an attempt to telepathically communicate, but he received no messages. Only a mix of garbled thoughts. His mind's blank, Steve said. Oh mon Dieu. Preston's face turned pale and flustered. Oh my God. We're going to have to restore the ritual after all, if there's a chance of bringing Jax back. He turned to Monica. I'm sorry, my dear. I'm going to have to send you back to campus the Soul Alpha way. Once David wakes up, have his chapter find the last page immediately. And you'll still be reimbursed for your trouble. I see. Monica nodded and frowned. I'm sorry about my recipe. No, young lady. Preston looked down. It's me that should be sorry. Steve stepped forward to take the ritual. Enough wallowing. Alpha and Sigma will have to work together. Precisely, Preston said. John's judgment trial will be the worst of them all. You must be prepared. I'm truly sorry that I listened to Jax's blasted plan. Nervousness seeped into every part of Steve's body. After what Sigma chapter pulled during Connor's judgment trial, it would be difficult to talk to Alpha chapter again. But he had to try. He had no choice. Chapter 26. Founder Alexander, 1869. Alex woke up in cold sweat. With dry eyes, he looked at the wooden clock on the wall. It was 8 o'clock. The candle on Alex's desk flickered with dying light. He must have fallen asleep at his desk while studying. His hands trembled, but he had no idea why. Taking a deep breath, Alex calmed himself down and drank a glass of water. There was the smell of rage in the air. Rotten rage. Alex checked under his bed for the ritual and placed it on his desk. Tiny sparks of red electricity flew out of it and shocked him. Alex's heart raced. What is happening? Sparing no second, Alex put the ritual in a brown leather bag and ran upstairs to the headmaster's office, or who he now knew as the architect. Without knocking, Alex barged inside. He found the architect piecing together a new map. Sir, what's going on? Alex's voice trembled. The ritual attacked me. Breathe, Alex, the architect said in a calm voice. I think you know what has happened. It's a tragedy. Free will tends to do that. What? Each living creature has the power of free will, Alex. The power to choose. I choose not to interfere with that. Without it, there's no life. I don't understand. The architect nodded with a slight frown. Brian has killed 3 men who murdered his wife. And now darkness is brewing in his heart. It's up to you and your other 2 friends to sway him back to Soul Alpha. The architect reached into Alex's bag to take the ritual. His eyes glowed with golden light, calming the ritual from sparking. He handed it back to Alex in a leather book bag. Go now, Alex, the architect said. He reached for his golden pocket watch. Time is ticking. It waits for no man. Alex nodded and ran downstairs. Connor and John were already at the entrance waiting for him. You too. Did you feel it too? Alex asked. John nodded. Yes. Connor came to get me. Connor's eyes let off a faint, continuous glow. I kept having these terrible dreams. I hope they're not true. In them, Brian used his powers to kill 3 men. I would tell you how, but it was horrific. Alex felt sick to his stomach. He had known Brian since primary school. He refused to believe Connor's dreams, but his words rang of truth. There's only one way to solve this, Alex said. willing himself to teleport to Brian and Natasha's house. When he emerged on the other side, Alex couldn't believe the dreadful scene before him as the smell of decay entered his nose. There were 3 men on the muddy ground, burnt with scars and saturated with blood. Flies flew over their bodies, eager for a taste of decaying flesh. Brian was nowhere to be found. Chapter 27. Brother David, present day. The pan sizzled from bacon grease as David cracked 4 eggs inside it. He usually didn't eat breakfast this large, but he was worn out from last night's date with Monica, and he needed something protein-rich to get his energy back. Monica had class in the morning, so David wasn't surprised that she had already left by the time he got up. Also, Adrian texted him that he had completed Connor's judgment trial. Everything's going great, David thought. But it was hard for David not to feel uneasy. When things seemed perfect, he often had a feeling that he'd forgotten to do something, like homework or an online quiz with a deadline. David heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Adrian came down, followed by Eric and Vadi. David smiled as he saw that Adrian had the page in his hand, shimmering with faint silver light. David heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Adrian came down, along with Eric and Vadi. David smiled when he saw that Adrian had the page in his hand, shimmering with faint silver light. I knew you could do it, Adrian, David told him. And I want to thank you for giving me some time off with Monica. Now I'm ready to go to find that last page. Adrian nodded. But first, he said, we have to put this one where it belongs. Thank you for trusting me. David handed Adrian his vault key. Adrian looked puzzled, as only the president usually used it. You've earned it, David said, fair and square. It's only right that you put the page in. You guys can go with him if you'd like. I'm just going to finish my breakfast. Eric and Fadi nodded. Thanks, David, Eric said. After the 3 officers walked downstairs onto the basement, David heard the doorbell ring. It's probably just an Amazon delivery, David thought as he walked to the door. When he opened it, his eyes narrowed with surprise. Steve, Cameron, and Terry stood on the porch with faces of shame. I know it's early, Steve said, but we'd like to talk. David sighed. Didn't you guys say that you didn't want to step foot in our house? Terry stepped forward inside. Whatever, cuz. We're also initiates, so we can actually step inside. Terry, calm down, Cameron whispered. He turned to David. I'm afraid we've done something terrible. Suddenly, Adrian teleported behind David and started screaming. Dude, someone took the ritual. What the fuck? This one's fake. Adrian's eyes darted to meet Terry's. You. He pushed the Sigma brother with telekinesis and made him fall to the floor. You better explain yourself, Sigma fucks. David pointed an electrically charged finger at Steve. The hell is going on here? Steve raised both his hands in surrender. We can explain. Please, let's have a truth session. Chapter 28. Brian de Kronos, 1869. Brian placed Natasha's corpse inside a coffin he had stolen from the local church. As he stood on the church's cemetery grounds, his hands trembled from anxiety. If he couldn't revive her, he thought he'd at least give her a somewhat proper burial. Brian didn't know where to bury his wife, so he looked around and picked a random spot underneath an oak tree. Using his powers, he sunk a hole in the ground big enough to bury the coffin. I may not be able to revive you, but I can still reshape our world. Just wait and see. Brian levitated Natasha's coffin into the hole and buried her without stopping. He lifted a random tombstone nearby and placed it where Natasha was buried. Sparking the stone with lightning, he erased the previous owner's name and inscribed Natasha's on it. Natasha de Kronos, 1849 to 1869. Completing the gravesite, Brian used telekinesis to bury Natasha's coffin. Until we meet again, darling, Brian whispered to the grave. Now, I have to do what I must. I'll start with this accursed town and go on from here. Brian heard Alex's voice from behind him. And what would that be? Brian turned around. Alex, Connor, and John stood behind him. Their faces were ripe with concern. They were the last people Brian wanted to see right now. My wife is dead, Brian said with a scowl. I couldn't bring her back. Alex held out his hand. I'm sorry to hear about your wife. Here, let us three handle this so you can go home and rest. No, thank you. Brian scoffed. I've realized something after Natasha died, Alex. I realized that Soul Alpha could be much more than a band of miracle makers and healers. We can use our powers to deliver justice. Think about it. There'll be no more criminals in the world, starting with our own. Alex glanced at Connor's face, then John's. Brian sensed the disgusting aura of disagreement amongst the three. He felt cornered and defensive. Please, Brian. It's been a long night, I'm sure, Alex said. Let's talk about this tomorrow. Get some rest. I'll tell the school to give you some time off to grieve. Reluctantly, Brian took a deep breath and told a lie. Of course, Alex. Whatever you say. Closing his eyes, Brian imagined himself back in his home. With a flash of light, he teleported to his bedroom, where the sight of the empty bed pierced through his heart. Shrugging off the pain, Brian searched his closet for a black hooded cloak and a black cowboy hat. After he put them on, Brian went outside and teleported straight to town. He headed straight for the town prison. Once he was at the entrance, Brian fried the locked doorknob with electricity and pushed the door open. He was met by two prison guards. Both were startled to awakeness and pointed their pistols at him. They screamed at Brian. What in the maker's name are you doing here? Brian held out his hand. His eyes glowed with red light as he snatched their pistols with telekinesis. The guards held up their hands in surrender as their faces turned pale. Do not worry, Brian said. I'm here for justice. Brian focused his powers as he stared into the first guard's terrible eyes. The guard's face turned emotionless and cold. Yes, you will be the first in 1,000. You will obey me and only me. Brian turned to the second guard and did the same thing. Soon, both guards were under his control. Yes, don't fight it. Embrace your new role. As Brian's rage flowed, a fiery symbol of a shattered moon and the Greek letter Omega appeared on his palm. The symbol also appeared on the guards' foreheads. Umbra Omega. Umbra Omega. Umbra Omega. These two words kept repeating in Brian's mind. Yes, Umbra Omega. The darkness is the end. That shall be my new brotherhood's name. We will bring justice to this untamed world. Chapter 29. Brother David, present day. Feeling an elevated anxiety level, David let the Sigma brothers have a seat at the round table. He was ready to strike them at a moment's notice if they tried to pull something dangerous. This is a truth session, David announced, officially beginning the meeting with lines from the ritual. Speak freely so that all doubts and tribulations can be cleared from our brotherhood. Let us admonish each other of our faults and help each other to reform. Steve cleared his throat. He turned to Adrian. First of all, I'm sorry for our behavior during Connor's trial. And what would that behavior be? David asked. We treated gathering the pages as a contest, and Steve gulped. I ordered my chapter to cheat, and we got punished. If it weren't for Adrian's quick thinking, everyone would have failed the trial. David turned to Adrian, who nodded in confirmation. But you have to know something about Jax. Steve continued. But you have to know something about Jax. He lied to us. In secret, he told us he had a way to deal with Brian DeCronos from far away, without having to confront him. He said it would only take one page. And so we Sigmas tried our best to follow his orders. Terry nodded. When we failed to take the first 2 pages, Jax tried to destroy the ritual using a recipe from Delta Lux. It was... Cameron shushed Terry and turned to David. I should be the one to tell you since she's my sister. Monica was the one who cooked the chili bigone carne that Jax thought would destroy the ritual. Monica? David blinked his eyes rapidly in disbelief. My girlfriend did that behind my back? How could she? Please don't blame her, Cameron begged. This was all Jax's idea from the start. Monica just wanted to avenge Ariana. David slammed his fist on the round table. How could she do this to me? I was able to sleep so well last night. Maybe she made me eat one of her sleep spells. I'm gonna talk to Jax right after this. You can't, Steve warned. The ritual poisoned him after he tried to destroy it. So he's basically a vegetable at this point. Only Ever and Preston can help us now. Adrian shouted from his seat. We should just confront this Brian DeCronos guy and kill him. We don't need the High Council to do that. We have the numbers to overpower him. David thought about Adrian's suggestion. He knew that by teaming up with the Sigma brothers, they might easily take down Brian DeCronos, wherever he was. But there was one thing that prevented David from verbally suggesting going along with Adrian's plan. If the council wasn't able to stop him without sealing him in the ritual, what chance did they have? No, David said. It's too dangerous. He's much stronger than we think. Eric nodded. Yeah. Micah had a tough time defeating you when Brian brainwashed you, remember? David shot a glare at Eric. Memories of that fateful day rushed to his mind when Micah and Ariana sacrificed themselves to beat David while under Brian's control. If it took that much to stop Brian then it might be impossible to stop him now at their current strength. Eric turned away. Sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. But you know what I mean. It's cool, David replied. That's truth session for you. Nodding his head, David made up his mind. We won't confront Brian until we fully restore the ritual. And for that, we need to find John's judgment trial and take his page. You are correct there, David, a voice in the air whispered. Huh? David turned around but saw nobody talking. From a flash of light, Ever Calavero appeared out of thin air. "What the?" David asked, shocked. "How long have you been there?" "Long enough," Ever replied. "I saw the Sigma brothers come in, so I thought I'd stick around just in case. I can't believe Jax and Preston went behind my back. We're supposed to work together as a team." Ever sat right next to Adrian. "Your idea about confronting De Chronos won't work if you don't have the ritual. Believe me, when Jax and I fought him in the 60s, we almost didn't make it. Sealing him in the book was the last thing we wanted to do, but we had no choice. He won't attack us now while the ritual is still weak. There would be no point. Once we complete it, we have to prepare for his assault. He'll do anything to use it for his so-called justice." David nodded. "I trust you, Ever. You have first-hand experience dealing with this threat. And Adrian, what did Connor tell you about the last page? Did he give you a clue?" Adrian sighed. "I may have forgotten to ask him." There was a short silence. David was unsure how to react. At this point, he felt numb and overwhelmed. To David's surprise, Steve reached into his backpack and took out the ritual. "I believe that this belongs to your chapter, David." David took the ritual, feeling its warmth in his hand. "It belongs to all of us, the entirety of Sol Alpha. Thank you, brothers." Snapping his fingers, David called for Adrian to hand him Connor's page. He did so, and David had the ritual absorb it. The book's roughed-up leather exterior glowed with golden light as more of its damage disappeared. The ritual floated in midair and shot a beam of light at 2 chairs of the round table, projecting the images of Alexander and Connor. "That took you long enough," Connor's memory said, laughing. Alex shushed Connor. "Well done on completing 2 of our judgment trials. There's one last trial for you to complete, and it'll test both your physical and mental strengths." Connor nodded. "Yes, you will face John soon. I didn't give you the clue when you completed my trial, because I had to ensure that you had the ritual on hand. Now that 2 pages have been restored to it, I'll give you John's location." A piece of paper materialized out of the ritual. It read, "A man of stone, but also of heart, standing wise until the days do part." Alex and Connor waved goodbye. "We wish you brothers the best of luck. May the architect bring you strength." With that, the projection ended, and the ritual closed itself. David was stumped at what the founders meant, so he turned to Adrian and Terry. Adrian and Terry glanced at each other, and then at David. They both spoke at the same time. They were obviously talking about a statue. It doesn't take a genius to know that. "Good thinking," David agreed. "Now I think I know which statue they're referring to. Those guys were students here when the school was still new, right? I bet they were talking about the statue of Robert Archive, the first headmaster." Ever chuckled. "I'm impressed. Good job, guys. Now I think you should take the trial together. As for your classes, Preston and I will help the non-officers wipe your teachers' memories. You have more important things to do than to memorize their opinions." David thanked Ever. He stood up from the round table. "Let's go and get that last page." Chapter 30. Founder Alexander, 1869. Alex sighed as he looked over Natasha's crude resting place. Branches and dirt were scattered about. Brian's hack job burying his wife looked like an animal did it. "Rest in peace, Natasha. I pray that your spirit crossed over safely to the other side. Connor put a hand on Alex's shoulder. His eyes glowed with a faint, continuous white light. Alex, I'm having these visions again. I don't know who they are, but I see men screaming, begging Brian for mercy. Don't you two see them too? Alex remembered to when he first met the architect. After their primary powers were given to them, each one were given a unique additional founding power. One power was the ability to see potential futures. Connor must have gotten it. The architect must have given you the founding ability to see potential futures, Alex told Connor. That's why John and I can't. Damn it. I wanted a different one, Connor sighed. This is such a drag. Doesn't seem that bad. Don't be a pansy, Alex said. John and I still haven't grown into ours yet. Connor's facial expression grew darker. There's no time for comedy, Alex. Let's go and check up on Brian. I'm afraid he won't stay home tonight. One moment, Alex said, reaching into his jacket for a white rose. He placed it on Natasha's grave. Have no fear, Natasha. After Alex finished paying his respects, the three founders teleported just outside Brian's house. The smell of rotting flesh still lingered in the air, almost making Alex gag. Alex held his breath as he tiptoed to the bedroom window, trying not to make a sound. As he peered into it, he was horrified to see that Brian was not home. Alex turned to look at Connor and John. They could see it on his face that something was wrong. Alex sent Connor and John a telepathic message. He's not here. Not fearing being caught anymore, Alex walked his normal stride to the other founders. Connor, looking paler than usual, covered both his ears, looking overwhelmed by his visions. I see him in my mind. At the town prison. John looked at Alex and Connor. Alex understood what they wanted to do. We need to head over there now. Chapter 31. Brian de Kronos, 1869. Brian had transformed the prison into some kind of shadowy courtroom, lit only by faint candles. The new Umbra Omegas, the guards under Brian's control, were to serve as a jury. While the Umbra Omegas were busy setting up the court, Brian tied up one of the prisoners and placed a bag over his head. A large man with broad shoulders. Using telekinesis, Brian brought the prisoner to the stand. There were a total of 10 prisoners in the cell, and Brian planned to try them all in his new court. It was the start of his justice. Standing behind a black marble podium, Brian slammed his fist on it instead of using a gavel. The court of Umbra Omega is now in session, Brian declared. Let us begin. Brian's eyes flashed with red light as he used his powers to force the first prisoner on his knees. He walked over to him and removed the bag from his face. Tell me your name, prisoner, Brian asked. I am giving you a second chance to prove your innocence. If I find you innocent, you shall be taken to a faraway place to restart your life. If not, then I must serve justice. John, the prisoner said, gasping for air. John Boulder. What is your supposed crime, John? They claimed that I stole some gold coins from the bank. Do you believe that you were wrongly accused? Very much so. We shall see if you are telling the truth. Brian looked into the prisoner's eyes and pierced into his memories. Inside the prisoner's head, Brian saw the man breaking into a bank vault. grabbing bags of coins before the sheriff came and shot him in the foot. Disgusted with what he saw, Brian exited the prisoner's mind. He walked over to the two jurors and touched both of their foreheads, implanting the memory in their minds. Brian saw their faces fill with shock as they watched it. Brian walked back to the podium. You have seen evidence. Does the jury have a verdict? Both the Umbra Omega jurors nodded. We find that John Boulder is guilty. With a sinister smile, Brian turned to the prisoner. There's no need for the world to deal with you any longer, John. Oh, what are you talking about? Are you insane? Brian slammed his hand on the podium. There shall be no disruptions in my courtroom. Brian teleported in front of the prisoner. Without hesitation, Brian charged his hands with red lightning as he ripped off both the prisoner's hands. The prisoner's blood-curdling screams echoed through the courtroom. Blood dripped to the floor as Brian's eyes glowed with red light. You shall never steal again, Brian shouted at the prisoner. But I have another use for you. You shall become an Umbra Omega. Brian's eyes crackled with red light as he looked into the prisoner's eyes, bringing him under his control. Yes, I shall build an army of acolytes. We will bring justice everywhere. There were now 3 Umbra Omegas under Brian's control. Bring me the next prisoner, Brian commanded. Hurry. Brian's heart nearly stopped when he heard someone pounding at the door. Through his psychic sense, Brian knew who they were. And he was ready for them. Chapter 32, Founder Alexander, 1869. As Alex pounded at the prison's door, hot sweat poured down his face. Alex, Connor, and John had followed the screams here. Alex had little doubt that Brian was behind this door. He hoped that Brian hadn't done anything rash, but his senses picked up a feeling of unimaginable anger from inside. Not willing to wait, Alex pointed at the door with his hand and yanked it open using telekinesis. He and the other 2 were surprised at how easy the door came off. They were stronger than they first thought. The familiar smell of blood once again invaded Alex's nose. He looked around for the source and saw that the blood dripped from a man with no hands. Alex, Connor, and John, Brian said through gritted teeth. I thought you'd all headed back to bed. What the hell is this, Brian? Alex pointed at his friend. Brian flashed a sinister smile. I meant what I said earlier, Alex. You thought I was jesting? No. I wish for our brotherhood to deliver justice to the world. Alex clenched his fist. Not like this, Brian. You have to stop this now. Brian's eyes flashed with red light. I think you 3 need to be taught a lesson. The 3 men near Brian did an about-face and turned to the founders. They each raised their arms, each unleashing a blast of red energy at them. Alex didn't feel the need to run or dodge the blast. His instincts kicked in, and his eyes flashed with white light. With a swiping hand motion, Alex redirected the blast to the ceiling. The founding trio was left unharmed. Connor's face turned pale. He's given them powers. John gulped. Oh my God. Alex's eyes blazed with white light as he screamed at Brian. If you won't stop this, then we will end you where you stand. This is my courtroom, Brian gloated as he stepped down from the podium. Just try, Alex. The pain of my wife's death has allowed me to tap into more power. You will not live if you choose to fight me. But it doesn't have to be this way. As Brian walked closer to Alex, he stared directly into his eyes. Alex felt a strange sensation, like gravity had intensified around him and was crushing him. Yes, Alex, Brian glared. Become an Umbra Omega. You will be a fine addition to my collection. Help me achieve justice. We can rid the entire world of evil. Alex took a deep breath and focused on clearing his mind. Within seconds, he cleansed away Brian's hypnotic hold. How dare you, Alex told Brian, who had a baffled look on his face. I thought we were friends, Brian. Alex turned to Connor and John. We got no choice. We have to stop him. They both nodded in agreement. Brian sighed in disappointment. If that's how it's going to be, I'm afraid I can't let you live. Raising both his hands to aim at Alex, Brian's eyes flashed with red light as scarlet lightning erupted from his fingers. Alex, Connor, and John's eyes flashed with white light. With the three friends' combined efforts, they pushed away Brian's lightning and sent it flying to his servants. They were instantly obliterated into ashes. It's over, Brian, Alex said. There are more of us. Brian laughed. It doesn't matter. They can be replaced, and I'm more powerful than you three combined. Raising his hands again, Brian shot another stream of red lightning at the founders. Alex teleported, avoiding collision with Brian's lightning. He reappeared at the podium, just behind him. With a forceful telekinetic push, Alex shoved Brian to the blood-stained floor. Alex shouted, "Hurry, he's down!" Connor and John stepped forward and unleashed beams of light at Brian, but he teleported at the last second, appearing right behind them. But before Brian could blast Connor and John with lightning, they both teleported to the podium and stood with Alex. Brian raised his hands at the trio. You two have always been quick, but I'm afraid this is the end. The sound of thunder filled the courtroom as dark clouds formed at the ceiling. As Brian's maniacal laughter filled the room, hundreds of red lightning bolts rained down. Not knowing what to do, Alex reached into his book bag for the ritual. As he did, the ritual's power surged through his body, and he summoned a protective dome of light that shielded him and his friends from being turned into ash. Confusion and rage were plastered on Brian's face as he continued pouring down lightning bolts on the founders. But he couldn't pierce through the dome of light. Brian grunted as he continued summoning lightning. What? Huh? A few more moments passed, and the lightning bolts stopped falling from above. Brian, now depleted of energy, fell to his knees. It is done, Brian, Alex said as the protective dome disappeared. Give up. Brian stared at Alex, eyes blazing with both anger and fatigue. He reached up and tried to choke Alex with his bare hands, but he failed and collapsed to the floor. I surrender. Leave me, Brian whispered. I will remove myself from society and live alone in the wilderness. Just spare me, please. Please, Alex. As Brian's words reached Alex, he sensed his sincerity. But he also, for a brief moment, sensed something else. but he couldn't put it into words. Could it be that Brian was lying? Nevertheless, Alex needed to confer with his friends. Alex looked to Connor and John. I want to let him go. What do you two think? John nodded. Connor was quiet as he looked at Brian with pity. Just go now, Connor told Brian. We don't want to hurt you, but if you try something like this again, we will come after you with everything we have. John sighed. You're not the man we thought you were. Go ahead and leave. Alex crossed his arms. Goodbye, Brian. May the architect have mercy on you. With a final swift hand movement, Alex used his powers to teleport Brian somewhere in the unmapped territories. Let us pray that he keeps his promise, John said. Connor reached for the ritual. But what if he doesn't? Alex looked at the ritual with gratitude and worry. The book had saved them just in time. It had more powers than he could possibly imagine. When Alex used it, he felt like he could do anything. The architect will give us guidance on how to continue, John said. If the unthinkable happens, we must be able to help future Soul Alphas deal with Brian. Alex nodded. In the meantime, let's focus on expanding our fraternity. Agreed, John said. I'm ready. So am I, Connor said. Chapter 33. Brother David, Present Day. Robert Archive's life-size bronze statue had stood on campus grounds since the school was founded. Campus legend said that if you rubbed his left foot before a test, you'd have good luck. David never believed in the legend. He quietly boasted to himself that he'd always aced his exams, without the need of silly superstitions or his powers. David stood in front of the statue with the Alpha and Sigma officers. It was located in front of the bookstore. Ever had hypnotized the campus administrators to block the area off for student safety. For the first time during his educational career, David rubbed the statue's worn left foot before laughing at what he just did. Fadi laughed. What's wrong, David? I thought you didn't believe in the legend. What changed your mind? Shut it. I'm making an exception, David replied, adjusting his glasses. This doesn't mean I believe the myth. He reached into his pocket and applied some hand sanitizer. 100 different hands must have touched the statue every week. So disgusting. So, Eric said. What was the hint again? David recited the clue from memory. A man of stone, but also of heart, standing wise until the days do part. Fadi touched the statue's foot. A man of stone, huh? That means the statue. But what does the part about the heart mean? The heart? David thought about how Soul Alpha brothers had the power to read minds. But could the clue mean that the statue could be read? Each person's heart was connected to their mind. Maybe he just had to read the statue's mind. It couldn't be that easy, could it? Wait, David! A familiar voice startled David. David turned around and saw Monica speed toward him on her bike. Her long hair flowed gracefully as she approached. After she stopped and dismounted, tears streamed down her face. I am so sorry for what I did, Monica cried. I really thought I was doing the right thing. Monica reached into her pocket and handed David a see-through tin of silvery mints. Unable to say anything, David leaned in and kissed her. No need to explain, Monica, David said, holding her closer. But what did you bring me? Zeusian power mints, Monica said. The mint spice that I used for it can only be harvested once every 100 years. I hope they'll help you with Jonathan's judgment trial. But I thought that Delta Lux's recipes only worked in the physical world. These work in the astral world, Monica said. They'll strengthen your powers, but will deplete your energy faster. I'm not sure what threat you'll face, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Thank you, David told Monica, holding her closer. I'm sure it will come in handy. Fadi cleared his throat. David, focus on the mission here, please. David grinned and turned to the statue. I think I'll need to read the statue's mind in order to gain access. Here goes. David stared into the statue's eyes. As he focused on reading it, his eyes glowed with white light. But nothing was happening. Here, let me try, Eric said. After he did the same thing, nothing also happened. Steve stepped forward. The clue specifically mentioned that the statue was standing. I don't think it's a coincidence that we have the legend of rubbing the statue's foot for good luck. I have to touch that filthy shoe again? David shot Steve a telepathic message. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Damn it, fine. David once again put his hand on the statue's foot. When he focused on rereading the statue's mind, he entered inside of it, as if it was alive. David managed to utter the words, "It worked," before he was completely sucked in. Once his sight returned, David found himself inside a cramped cargo car of a fast-moving train. As the train sped down the tracks, the light bulbs hanging on the ceiling swayed to the train's rhythm. One by one, the rest of the Soul Alphas made it inside, making the already cramped car even more packed. David opened a door that led to the next train car. Thankfully, it was a more spacious dining area that was decorated like an Old West bar. The brothers followed him soon after. Attention passengers. This is your conductor Jonathan Enduran speaking. I am the third founder of Soul Alpha. I'm sure that I don't need to explain why you're all here. Everything is allowed here except teleportation. David and the others watched in awe as what seemed like 100 pages appeared at the door to the next train car. They all fluttered and spun in the air like butterflies, glowing with faint golden light. There's only one real page, Jonathan announced. The next train car door opened, and all the pages flew inside like a pack of angry bees. Once you capture the page, you'll finish this trial. I'll be at the front to escort you from this place if you manage to pass. May you navigate through the cars safely. What's so dangerous about the cars? David yelled out. There was no reply from Jonathan. Figures, David scoffed. I guess it was worth a shot. All right, guys, let's go. As David passed through the next car, he heard the door behind him slam shut. David, why did you close the door? Eric yelled. David grabbed the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. That wasn't me. The train did it on its own. Attention all passengers again. Jonathan's voice returned through the intercom. This judgment trial may only have one participant. I've chosen your president as the first challenger. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. David slammed the locked door in anger. Wait, I need them! The smell of burning wood entered David's nose. There was a fire, but where was it coming from? He looked out the window and saw that Jonathan had detached the car with the others and left it burning. Shit, David cursed under his breath. Looks like I'm on my own. As the ritual pages fluttered about, David clenched his fist. They seemed to mock him with their quick, zigzaggy movements. As the door to the next car opened, they flew into the next room. David felt his jacket pocket. The tin of mints Monica gave him was still there. So, he wasn't really alone. He had access to a part of her magic. With a revived sense of optimism, David marched into the next train car. Chapter 34. Brother Jax, 1969. It was Jax's first grand chapter as Grand President. He'd been elected by the fraternity a few years before, and now it was time for him to steer it in a new direction. After a day of filling out fraternity paperwork, it was finally time to go home for the day. After Jax put on his white trench coat, he heard a knock at his office door. His eyes flashed with white light as he opened the door with telekinesis. He also shut off the cassette music player that was blasting Neil Sedaka songs. High Council member Satan Regresso stepped into Jax's office. A man in his mid-20s like Jax, he wore a dark gray blazer and gray pants. He had snow-white hair and eyes of red hazel. People often mistook him for being older. "Are we still hosting Grand Chapter in Chicago, Jax?" Satan asked. "Is there a way I can change your mind?" "Is there anything actually important you'd like to ask, Congressman?" Jax replied to him, toning down his annoyance by Satan's unannounced appearance. This was Satan's third short-notice attempt at changing Grand Chapter's location. Grand Chapter was going to take place tonight, an annual celebration where soul alphas from across the world gathered to celebrate their brotherhood with a giant party. It's settled already, and we only have 6 hours until it begins. Leave it. Satan smirked. "I happen to think that Calavero might be open to reversing his vote." Jax chuckled. "Can you bug out if you don't have anything important to tell me?" Before Satan could say anything else, Jax heard another knock at the door. As he opened the door with telekinesis, the pungent smell of cigars entered the office. High Council member Ever Calavero stepped inside with a concerned look on his face. A stubble-faced man in his 20s, Ever wore a black shirt with a simple white blazer. Jax's heart sank a little. When the entire High Council was together without warning, there was usually an emergency. What could it be this time? A rogue chapter? Power removals? Memory wipes? Jax suppressed a sigh as he assessed the possibilities. Satan crossed his arms. "I was just joking around about the location being changed. There is something important we need to discuss." "Okay," Jax said, putting back his trench coat on the rack. "Everyone cop a squat. What seems to be the issue, Ever?" Ever opened a black leather portfolio and handed Jax 2 sheets of murder reports. Jax's eyes quivered as he read that 2 students had died at Alpha Chapter. Jax read the report's headline aloud. 2 Soul Alpha students were found with their hearts ripped from their chests. Kill methods are unknown, but a surgical blade is suspected. A scowl formed on Ever's face. "You think it could be hazing? That's unacceptable. It reeks of what happened during my time as a student." Satan crossed his arms together. "You're saying that Alpha Chapter was involved in the murders? Ridiculous. We hold those boys to higher standards than the other chapters, even if we don't admit it publicly." "Exactly," Ever said. "But we need to get to the bottom of this. We can't just pull Alpha's charter without evidence of wrongdoing. It stood strong for 100 years. Someone's going to have to visit the school and investigate." Jax and Ever turned to Satan. "You go," they said simultaneously. Satan scoffed. "What? What? That's so unfair. Can we postpone this investigation? We have to do final preparations for Grand Chapter. This is a council-only matter, Ever said, taking another hit from his cigar. Jax and I went last time. Remember the Chi Sigma chapter incident with the bucket? We had to strip the officers of their powers. That was a huge mess. We need to handle this with care. Jax almost smirked at Satan's defeated face. Satan conceded. You two are a bunch of sad, sad children. Fine. I'll head over now. Jax nodded. Also, can't you just use your founding power to see the future? Find out how those students died so we can be done with this. It's not that simple, Jax. Satan glared at him. Connor's powers aren't as accurate as you think. For little things like finding parking spots, it works great. But for life-involving events, it's messy. I've explained this to you hundreds of times. Pay attention. Satan's eyes glowed with white light. He laughed and turned to Ever. Like you, Ever. I don't think you should give in to your craving for gas station sushi this evening. It might not end too well. That's not life-involving, Ever laughed. So sue me. I'm not the architect, Satan scoffed. Chapter 35, Brother David, Present Day. After David closed the train door, he was shocked to find himself on a transparent glass platform no bigger than a basketball court. He opened the door to go back, but there was nothing behind the door anymore. When he looked down, David saw that he was way up in the sky. The swirling clouds below him looked like huge spinning cotton balls. David felt like he was going to puke, but he fought off the feeling. I can fly. There's no need to be afraid of heights. A burly man wearing a white cowboy hat and a white blazer appeared on the glass platform center. He sat at a black grand piano and grinned at David. The swarm of pages fluttered above his head, forming a large floating mass of paper. You're not permitted to fly or teleport here, David. It was the same voice on the intercom. David knew it had to be Jonathan, or John, as the history books called him. What's the big deal, John? David asked. Why did you change the scenery? John snickered as he played a string of slow keys. The pages in the air stopped moving. His expression did a complete switch to a serious one. As the first Grand President, I should know a thing or two about leadership. A chapter president must be strong in a team, John said. He should also be a capable man on his own mind and his own 2 feet. There can't be any boy presidents here. A giant hourglass appeared by John, which had blue sand falling inside. You have 3 minutes, he said. The real page is waiting for you. Remember all that you've learned, and you will pass this trial. Playing a string of quicker notes, John and his piano disappeared from view. David had little time to react as the pages swirled around him to form a cyclone. It headed straight for him. One of the pages glowed with a bright white light. It had to be the original. It stayed in the center of the glass platform while the others attacked David. To avoid the cyclone, David made a swift beeline to the original page. But it zipped out of his reach and joined the cyclone. Like an angry tornado, the swarm of pages surrounded David, cutting dozens of paper cuts into his skin. Fuck, that hurts, David yelled. He unleashed a shockwave of telekinesis to push the page cyclone away, scattering them all over the glass platform. David's eyes darted to the hourglass meter. 1 minute had passed already. He had to think of something fast. The original page was the first one to rise back up in the air. David focused his energy on it. As his eyes glowed with light, he imagined the page coming to his hands through telekinesis. For a moment, it seemed to work. The pages drew closer to David, and then it stopped mid-air, rendering David's telekinesis useless. David tried again, exerting more power. The page moved, but it stopped again. "The clock keeps ticking," John said, his voice echoing through the sky. The copies rose up in the air, forming the cyclone yet again. This time, it spun twice as fast as it did before. It chased David, each page slicing into his skin deeper than last time. "Ugh!" David screamed. "What the fuck?" Beads of blood appeared all over David's torn white jacket, staining the bright fabric with scarlet. Impossible. This is impossible to pass. What the fuck was John thinking? "You have 1 minute left, David," John's voice announced. David pushed away the page cyclone once more, depleting nearly all his energy. Still, the cyclone continued. The original page got up first once again. The others slowly followed. "It's going to form another cyclone. I'm fucked." There was no way he was going to restore the ritual. He was going to be the last chapter president. Then it clicked in David's mind. The ritual can't be destroyed, so the real page can't be destroyed. David reached into his pocket for one of Monica's mints. He ate one and felt its power amplify his energy. As David stared into the third enormous cyclone of pages, his eyes glowed with blue and white light as he shot a blast of lightning at it. Every single fake page disintegrated into dust, leaving only the original floating in midair. Before the hourglass emptied, David sprinted toward the page and grabbed it, completing the final judgment trial. In an instant, David was teleported from the glass platform and back into the train. He was now inside its dining car, back with all of his friends. They were all having a good time, eating and drinking steak and lobster, listening to John telling very outdated jokes. "Your president has returned," John said, smiling. "And he has the page. Well done, David." "So you all were just eating while I was getting paper cutted to death?" David shook his head. Steve laughed and took a bite of steak. "Yeah, kind of." The dining car burst out with laughter. David clenched his fist but loosened it immediately. He was too happy and relieved to be angry. John's eyes glowed with white light, and all the food disappeared. "Seems like the ritual will be restored to its full power now," John said. He nodded and looked David in the eye. "I hope you all treat it with care after I send your astral bodies back into the physical world. I hope you use it to expand the fraternity and extinguish the darkness wherever you go." John walked up to David and offered his hand. David shook it firmly. "Goodbye, John," David said. "It was an honor to meet you, brother." "Likewise," John said. In a flash, David found himself going through a bright tunnel, returning to the physical world. Once the process was finished, he and his friends stood at the statue of Robert Archive, precisely as they were as they entered. David held the final page in his hand, with a huge smile on his face. Monica ran up to him and kissed him. "I knew you could do it," she said. "Thanks to you," David replied. "Thanks to you." Chapter 36. Satan Regresso, 1969. After knocking on Alpha Chapter's door, Satan tapped his left foot impatiently as he waited for it to open. The summer sun was scorching hot, and sweat beads formed on his forehead. "This is such a waste of time. They should have done an internal investigation. Stop tapping your foot, darling, Lucinda hissed, using a black fan to cool herself. You're dehydrating me with your anxiety. I just came from a long meeting. The redhead woman, Senator Lucinda Regresso, was Satan's wife, a Delta Lux sister. Also an Everstone alumnus, she was going to visit her chapter on her day off. Instead, Satan dragged her to his investigation. Lucinda was wearing an elegant red blazer and a black skirt, along with red high heels. Can't you just use your powers to cool yourself? Satan teased. It's not even California hot. Shush. We're out in public for Pete's sake. Otherwise, I would have done it already. Jesus, someone might recognize us. The door opened shortly after Lucinda finished her retort. A blond young man greeted them with a friendly smile. Congressman Regresso and Senator Regresso. Please come in. We have the air conditioner on, so it's nice and chilly inside. Thank you, young man, Satan nodded. But please, just call us Satan and Lucinda. And your name might be? Christian Good, the young man replied, shaking Satan and Lucinda's hands. I'm the acting chapter president. Lucinda tilted her head. Acting? Yes, ma'am. One of the students killed was our president. I'm, third in line. I see, Satan sighed. He could sense Christian's sadness through the feigned smile. I'm sorry for your chapter's loss, Christian. We give you our condolences. Thank you, sir. Please come this way. As Satan walked through the main hallway to follow Christian to the chapter meeting room, he noticed that the house was unusually quiet. He expected a little more noise inside a building that housed dozens of young men. Can you tell me where the others are? Satan asked. I had them stay at hotels for the time being, Christian replied. I'm sure you've seen the photos of what happened, so I thought they'd be safer away from here. Satan, Lucinda, and Christian sat at the table inside the chapter room. Would you like anything to drink, Lucinda? Christian asked. Yes, sweetie. Do you have some sparkling mineral water? Yes, ma'am, Christian nodded. And you, Satan? I'm good, thank you, Satan replied. Christian's eyes flashed with white light as he teleported away for a few moments before reappearing with a glass of sparkling water for Lucinda. Here you go, ma'am. Lucinda took a sip of her drink, her face refreshed from the scorching summer heat. Satan looked at Christian in the eyes. Now, Christian, I hate to be so direct, but did those students die as a result of hazing? I promise you, they didn't die from hazing. After Christian finished talking, Lucinda started choking. In mere seconds, she fell asleep at the round table. Christian's friendly face became plastered with a sinister smile as he laughed. I killed them, Satan. He transformed into an old man who had long red hair. His skin was almost translucent, jelly-like and raisined. Satan couldn't believe his eyes. He stood up and summoned a ball of lightning with his hands, ready to fire at the old man. But something held him back from doing so. He'd seen the old man's face somewhere. But where? She's in no danger, boy. She's just sleeping. I needed to speak with you alone. My name is Brian de Kronos, the old man said. I was the fourth founder of Soul Alpha. I've conserved my energy, sleeping for long periods to seek justice for this world. only waking occasionally to see the status of humanity. Brian coughed. As you can see, the process is imperfect, as I still age and wither. I've heard of you, Satan said, intensifying the lightning in his hand. He remembered now. He'd seen Brian in the Soul Alpha history books, the one whose founding power was transformation. The founders wrote about your sick goals, your twisted idea of justice. You just want to kill everyone, don't you? Is that what the trio wrote about me? Brian pointed a bony finger at the sleeping Lucinda with his eyes closed. I am much more than that, boy. I see your wife's inner dreams. She wants a child badly, but she can't have one. Her body won't let her. Isn't that right, Satan? Satan was shocked at how quickly Brian could get into Lucinda's mind, even reading her without looking into her eyes or touching her. He decided to hear Brian out, but he had to refrain from getting his hopes up. He and Lucinda had tried everything from the natural, synthetic, and supernatural to have a child. What makes you think you can help us have a child? Satan asked. Brian waved his hand as his eyes glowed with red light. In seconds, he extinguished the ball of lightning in Satan's hands. He was surprised at how effortless it looked. I have more knowledge than you can possibly imagine. But I'm not going to be around for much longer if we dilly-dally. You must do something for me before I help you. Alex, Connor, and John hid knowledge from the fraternity that they thought would be lost forever. What kind of knowledge? Satan asked, glued to Brian's words. So you do wish to know. And for that, you must agree to me first. That you'll get me safely inside Grand Chapter. I will attend as Christian and drain the attendees of their powers so that I can regain my youth. Satan wasn't going to believe Brian's words, but seeing his mastery of the Soul Alpha powers made him reconsider. He would do anything to make his wife happy and to finally become a parent. Yes, of course, that's a brilliant idea, Satan said, his voice trembling. Disguising yourself will get you through security. Jax has assigned over a dozen alumni to guard the stadium. I wouldn't want you to have to deal with that. Good. But there is another piece of the puzzle I require. Your wife. She is a Delta Lux, am I right? Yes, she is. Brian's eyes glowed with red light as he made Lucinda stand up from her chair and back down again. I've kept tabs on these women without them knowing all these years. Through the astral world, I know about their spice garden, and I need them for a forbidden recipe to amplify my strength for Grand Chapter. You and I, Satan, will then be able to stand up to Jax and Ever. Only with them dead can your wife be fertile. Satan flinched at Brian's last sentence. You mean to kill Jax and Ever? His voice trembled as he continued to speak. I don't know if I can go through with that. We must, or they will stop your dream from coming true. Brian reached into his pocket for a vial of white powder. Besides, I've already collected one of the ingredients. Crushed up bones of a Soul Alpha president. Satan gasped, almost vomiting. That's... Brian snickered. Yes, it is the real thing. A souvenir trophy. This man is sick to the core, Satan thought. But if what he says is true, then I'll finally be a father. Satan offered his hand to Brian. Brian's wrinkled eyes glowed red as he transformed into Christian's appearance. He took Satan's hand and shook it firmly. "What should I do now?" Satan asked. Brian, as Christian, coughed. "Maintain your usual schedule and prepare for Grand Chapter. This includes your investigation here." Brian turned to Lucinda. "In the meantime, I will be cooking with your wife's spices." Chapter 37. Brian de Kronos, 1969. When Brian opened his eyes after teleporting to the Regresso Mansion in California, he was in awe of its magnificent structure. It was modeled after the White House and stood just as tall. There was only one flaw that Brian noticed. It stuck out to him like a sore thumb. The front door had a cracked Sol Alpha emblem engraved onto it. Brian decided to be quiet. There were more important things to attend to. "This place is spectacular, Satan," Brian said, smiling with Christian's face. "Well done, boy. You've done well for yourself." "Thank you, I guess," Satan replied with a hint of cringe. He wasn't used to younger men, even disguised, calling him boy. "Show me the garden," Brian commanded. "There are some spices I need for my recipe." "Let's talk inside," Satan said, unlocking the door. Once they were in, he led Brian to the back and opened the entrance to his wife's spice garden. The air smelled sweet and savory as Brian breathed in the garden's aroma. It was protected by a glass greenhouse attached to the mansion, covered with privacy coating so that no one could see inside. All the spices, from mint to cinnamon to rosemary, glowed with a faint blue and red light. "This is magnificent," Brian smirked. "Your wife has an excellent green thumb." "She'd agree with you on that," Satan replied. "But what spices do you need exactly?" Brian walked to the garden center, which was decorated with an angel fountain pouring water from a vase. Even in the bright sunlight, the water had a faint white glow to it. At the base of the statue, thornless white roses were growing. "She grew them correctly. Excellent," Brian whispered. "Athenian white roses. It takes extreme care for these to bloom. Your wife has done well." Satan chuckled. "You're going to cook with flowers? That's ridiculous." "Shush, boy. Yes, I'm going to cook with them. What kind of blasted question is that?" Brian put on a pair of black gloves. He took a pair of scissors to cut one Athenian white rose from its stem, placing it in a glass jar. "Now show me the kitchen," Brian said. Satan nodded, closing his eyes to teleport both of them to the kitchen. Brian stared in awe at all the appliances on the marble countertops. He'd never seen such craftsmanship before. Brian smiled for a second before it faded into a frown. "This sure is better than cooking on a cauldron. Natasha would have loved this." "Who's Natasha?" Satan asked. Brian sighed. "Never you mind." Focusing his attention back to cooking, Brian placed the Athenian white rose on the counter, as well as the crushed-up bone vial he had. There was one ingredient left. He reached into his coat and pulled out a jar of golden honey, untouched and unopened for 100 years. The last jar of Natasha's honey. "This is for you, my love. It's almost time." Brian took out a mixing bowl and poured in the bone powder with some water, letting it bubble with red light. He started boiling a pot of water with a cup of refined white sugar. With a careful touch, Brian took the white rose, removed its petals, and dropped them in cold water. As soon as each petal hit the water, tiny sparks of electricity gave Brian little shocks that felt like small insect bites. After half an hour, Brian had created a batch of Athenian white rose syrup. He poured it into a clean glass bottle and watched it glow with light and electric sparks. Brian turned around and saw that the powdered bone mixture had activated. The mixture glowed with red light and smelled of decaying flesh. In a crystal mold shaped like a spear, Brian mixed and poured the Athenian white rose syrup and some leftover petals with the bone powder solution, causing a cloud of fog to envelop the room. Coughing, Satan reached for a switch and turned on the kitchen's exhaust fans. It cleared the fog within seconds. Brian waited in anxious anticipation as he watched for the recipe to complete. Just like he planned, it resulted in a clear, snow globe-like gelatin dessert, decorated with white petals. In the center of the dessert were white petals clustered in the appearance of a human skull. Finally, Vita Mortis Aspic. This recipe will allow me to drain powers without the help of the other council members. As Brian reveled in his triumph, he was interrupted by the kitchen door swinging open. Lucinda stormed inside, eyes glowing with flames. She readied a fireball in her hand and glared at Brian. How did I get back into my house? And who the hell are you? Satan moved to block Lucinda. He brought down her arm gently, extinguishing the fireball. Lucinda, this man is here to help you become a mother. Your dream will finally come true. Lucinda sneered at Brian. I've heard this story before, Satan. Doctors, scientists, herbalists, both high councils, they all said they could help me conceive a child. All liars. You expect me to believe that this student can help me? Brian moved forward and took Lucinda's hand. He kissed it, infusing a bit of soul alpha energy to calm her down. He floated her onto a chair so that she could sit down. Brian smiled at Satan. Have I told you how lovely I thought your wife is? Satan replied, his face growing angry. No? Thank you, I guess? Brian nodded. His eyes flashed with red and white light as he grabbed Lucinda's stomach, infusing her with an unknown energy. In his mind, Brian imagined for the impossible to happen. Eric, my son, you must live through Lucinda. Enter this world when you are ready. What did you do to her? Satan shouted, making the windows and furniture tremble from his outburst. I did not hurt Lucinda. It's only a contingency plan, Brian said, gesturing for Satan to stop. And I'm not sure if it will work. Should I fail tonight, your wife may still have a child in the future. I can't say when, however. Natasha may not be alive anymore, but this vessel will have to do. Brian did something he hadn't done in years. He prayed. Natasha may not be alive anymore, he thought, but this vessel will have to do. Satan sighed. I thought you were going to hurt her. Brian crossed his arms. You're welcome, he snarked. Lucinda grabbed Brian's forearm. She was still weak, but her strong will broke through Brian's hypnotic hold. You shouldn't have done that, she said. But I feel great. It's been a long time since I've felt like this. Thank you. My pleasure, Lucinda, Brian said, turning back to the kitchen counter. He took a silver spoon and took a bite of the Vita Mortis Aspic, savoring the rosy essence of the gelatin dessert. Its powerful, corrupted magic surged through Brian's blood, making him feel 80 years younger. Brian decided to test the recipe's power on a piece of fruit, an orange from the kitchen's fruit bowl. Focusing on absorbing the orange life energy as he held it, Brian made the orange rot, leaving nothing but a moldy carcass on his palm. It works perfectly, Brian smiled. With this recipe, I will take Jackson Ever's powers and become the most powerful being in the world. That's good, Satan replied, eyes widened in horror. Indeed, Brian nodded. Now, we must head for Grand Chapter. This will be one celebration that the High Council shall never forget. Chapter 38 Satan Regresso, 1969. Satan's palms were soaked with nervous sweat as he put on a clean white suit for Grand Chapter. The introductory dinner was going to begin in less than an hour, and his heart trembled in anxiety. Over 200 brothers were going to be in attendance, each representing their respective chapters. The High Council member gulped as he looked at himself in the mirror. His white hair and pale face looked more ghostly than usual. He asked himself if he should be really doing this. I have to do this. I have to make Lucinda's and my dreams come true. This is the only way. Satan walked from the master bedroom and into Lucinda's walk-in closet. His wife was wearing a winter maroon dress that showed off her slim figure skater shape. She struggled to put on a ruby pendant. She was struggling to put on a ruby pendant, so Satan went over to help her. Do you think Brian is lying to us? Lucinda whispered. What if he double-crosses us? The power I felt from that man, it was nothing I've felt before. Your stomach, does it feel any different? No, not at all. Satan placed his hand over Lucinda's stomach. It's not ideal, but he's the only chance we've got. This will work, dear. Lucinda stood with both hands on her hips. She looked like a queen ready to declare war. Very dignified, Satan said, and very beautiful. As a senator should look. Lucinda smiled and took Satan's hand. Perfect. Let's head to the venue now. Are you ready, dear? Satan nodded. It was too late to turn back now. He took Lucinda's hand and imagined them both at the Grand Chapter venue in Chicago's snowy mountains. Satan's eyes glowed with white light as both their bodies were whisked away through the ether to appear at their destination. The venue was breathtaking. An enormous crystal dome with an indoor stadium and dining hall, letting in plenty of natural light. Once Satan and Lucinda were at the venue, they saw a line of brothers and their dates waiting to check in. The long line stretched through the parking lot. As Satan walked past the line, he waved to brothers as he looked for Brian. Sure enough, he was near the front, flashing a friendly smile as the sentinels let him inside. He's in. Satan sighed with relief. Come, Lucinda. We're going in now. After Satan and Lucinda were admitted inside, Lucinda sat down at her assigned table near the stage. Her face was of pure focus. Not even a hint of anxiety crossed her. She nodded to Satan as he made his way up to the stage with Jax and Ever. Jax and Ever both wore white tuxedos with golden vests and ties. Satan suddenly felt underdressed, but it didn't matter now. Glad you can make it, Satan, Ever greeted him. You guys look good, Satan replied. Maybe I should have worn the same. To show a united front. Jax nodded. It's all good, no worries. We should get started soon. There were 3 podiums on the stage. Jax and Ever went over to theirs to prepare last-minute notes. Satan pretended to do the same as he scanned the dozens of round tables for Brian. He sat just behind Lucinda, which was perfect. The tables continued to fill as Satan mentally focused on maintaining a poker face. Soon, each table was full, and it was time to begin. Brothers, Jax announced on his podium. Welcome to Grand Chapter 1969. We, the High Council, are honored to have you all here. Jax turned to Ever and nodded. Stand for the creed, Ever shouted. Every brother in the audience stood up and recited the creed alongside Ever. To harness the power of love, to deliver service with honor, to see with the lens of truth. This is the quest, the path, and the light of Soul Alpha. This is the creed of our fraternity. Ever turned to Satan and nodded. It was his turn to speak to the crowd. Amidst the ocean of brothers, Satan saw Brian nod to him. He felt a chill in the air, but he didn't know if it was because of the cold weather or from Brian's powers. Satan spoke through the microphone. Brothers, our fraternity has stood for 100 years on this day. We've helped countless people recover from all over the world. Our powers have made an incalculable difference everywhere, while we remain in anonymous humility. Satan saw Jax reach into his podium at the side of his eye to pull out the Founder's Ritual. The book glowed with golden light as energy emanated from it. Satan gulped. Jax has the ritual? This wasn't supposed to happen. It was supposed to be locked up at Alpha House. What happens now? Jax continued the event. It is a special occasion, as Satan told you. Last week, I asked Alpha Chapter to lend me the ritual for our event. I made this decision unilaterally to celebrate the ritual's power for our 100th anniversary. A century ago, our founders came together and started this fraternity. We shall never fall. We shall always be victorious. Together, we will initiate thousands more. As Grand President, I give you my word that I will do anything to advance our brotherhood. The crowd of brothers cheered, almost deafening Satan's ears. Hold up your light, Jax said, holding his glowing right hand up to the ceiling. We are Soul Alpha Fraternity. Each brother in the audience copied Jax and held glowing hands. Each brother in the audience copied Jax and held up glowing hands, creating an ocean of dazzling light nearly as bright as the sun. The lights eventually faded as the brothers put their hands back down. Jax smiled at the audience. Without further ado, I ask Council Member Satan Regresso to announce the winners of this year's Chapter Awards. Satan adjusted his suit to straighten it. Who gives a damn that the ritual is here? This was it. Satan was ready. Brian can take them, he reassured himself. Thank you, Grand President, Satan said, adjusting his tie. As you know, the High Council recognizes brothers who have done outstanding deeds. First, I would like to recognize someone who has gone unnoticed for a long time. Jax shot Satan with a raised eyebrow. What are you doing? Stick to your part, he whispered. Satan heard a shrill scream coming from Brian's table. He turned to his direction before continuing to speak. He watched in horror and fascination as sharp teeth and mouths appeared on Brian's palms. Brian grabbed the necks of the two closest brothers at his table and sank his fangs inside. The crowd watched in horror as the Umbra Omega founder drained the brothers' blood and powers through his hands. Both brothers were left as dried-up corpses. Brian laughed as he transformed from Christian's appearance to his original appearance, a serious-eyed young man with long red hair. Satan yelled into his microphone, "Let's give a hand to founder Brian de Kronos." Without knowing why, Satan had the urge to shout something else. "Long live Umbra Omega! What's happening to me?" Satan watched as a shattered moon with the Greek letter Omega appeared on his palm. Satan looked at Lucinda and saw that her eyes had become pitch black. Before he could tell her anything else, Satan's vision was overcome by blackness. Chapter 39, Brian de Kronos, 1969. Brian grabbed more brothers by the neck, using his fanged palms to drain them of blood and power. He moved like the wind, grabbing neck after neck. He grew stronger with each brother he drained, and he wasn't going to stop. The Vita Mortis aspic was working correctly. "Everyone run," Jack screamed, grabbing the ritual from his podium. "Get away from here now." Brian kept going, ignoring Jax's screams as he drained more brothers while sparing their wives and dates. Brothers from every table started to teleport away, but not all of them wanted to escape. A group of 7 brothers from Eta Kappa and Zeta Iota chapters stood up from their table and shot blasts of lightning at Brian. He flashed a sinister grin before deflecting the lightning to the ceiling. "Child's play," Brian threatened, blasting the brothers with a web of red lightning before grabbing their necks. "These are some of Soul Alpha's best, right? I'm so disappointed." "De Kronos!" Jax yelled. "Leave them alone and face us." "Yeah," Ever screamed. "You're going to pay for all the brothers you killed today." Brian laughed as he felt over 50 brothers' powers surge through his body. "You're laboring under the illusion that I'm going to surrender. I have so much power now," Brian thought. "I cannot die at this rate. I just need to take Jax and Ever down. And Satan as well. That fool was far too trusting." Brian's train of thought was interrupted by a flying ball of golden lightning hitting him in the abdomen. His entire body was burnt, but his wounds disappeared in mere seconds. Brian grinned as he continued his barrage of lightning. "Soul Alpha will no longer exist. I've waited 100 years for this. I will bring justice to the entire world." "No," Jax yelled, summoning a shield of light using the ritual. "I won't let you." Jax's eyes flashed with golden light as his body split into 4 identical copies. 3 of them teleported, and each one restrained Brian by his arms and legs, stopping the red lightning from pouring down. All the Jax clones yelled in unison, "Now, Ever, let's kill him." The original Jax and Ever's eyes glowed with a golden light as they combined their powers. They blasted Brian with a bright beam of scorching lightning. Brian felt the lightning burn through every inch of his body. "Have I failed? Have I failed?" Brian thought. "Are they truly stronger than me? No, I must not fail. I will have justice." Brian, now burnt to a crisp, fell to the floor on his knees. His facial skin was ripped apart, and his skull was half exposed. Jax and Ever also fell down, depleted of all their energy. Brian stared at the High Council and started to laugh. His skin regenerated itself using the powers he'd taken. Soon, his face and body were fully restored, as if he was never attacked at all. Brian gloated, walking toward Ever and Jax. "So that is the best the High Council can offer. Pathetic." He readied both fanged mouths on his palms. "With your powers, I am going to live forever. You never stood a chance. Just before Brian could grab Jax's neck, the Grand President opened the ritual to a blank black page. Aimed at Brian, it glowed with dark lightning. The founders warned us of this, Jax coughed. So they created this page prison as a last resort. Brian stared in horror as golden light erupted from the ritual, freezing his body in place. What's happening to me? The ritual created a dark vortex that crackled with lightning. Brian felt his body being pulled in 1,000 different directions as he was sucked inside. Good riddance to Kronos, Jax said, wiping blood from his face as he closed the ritual. After a bright flash of light, Brian found himself alone. He was inside a house where everything was painted white. The furniture, the floor, the windows, everything was nothing but white. Brian let out an agonizing scream as the colorless room started driving him insane. No! He shot out blasts of red lightning at the walls, but it was no use. He was trapped. Curse you, Alex. Curse you, Jax. I will not be stuck here forever. Chapter 4. Satan Regresso, 1969. As Satan came to his senses, he realized that his hands and legs were tied up on a metal platform. He was in a cramped room, and he was still wearing his outfit from Grand Chapter. He tried to free himself, but he was too weak, and the chains holding him were made with Damascus steel. Have to teleport out of here, Satan thought, focusing on returning to his house. It was no use. His energy was depleted. He had failed to make his wish come true. A metal door swung open and slammed shut. 2 men cloaked in white robes entered. Satan still had the tiniest bit of power left, and he sensed that the 2 men were Jax and Ever. Good, you're finally awake, motherfucker, Jax said. That was quite a performance you pulled today. Where's Lucinda? Satan asked, screaming. Jax turned his back, but then quickly turned back to Satan, punching him in the stomach. The excruciating pain made Satan tremble. The Delta Lux Grand President has your wife in custody. She's in Shelley Lawson's hands now. Ugh. Oh. Satan grunted as he coughed up blood. Why are you doing this to me? Jax punched Satan again, this time in the chest. Satan could hardly breathe after that. I think the answer is clear. Before Jax was able to throw a third punch, Ever intervened. Stop it. No more, Jax. Please, let's just get right to business. We're not Umbra Omega, for God's sake. Jax scoffed and then apologized. I'm sorry. You're right, Ever. I got too carried away. Reaching into his robes, Jax pulled out the ritual. He and Ever put their hands on top of it while looking at Satan with disappointed eyes. Satan's eyes widened. He was once on the other end of this process, the secret ceremony of removal. Jax and Ever were going to erase his powers and memories of the fraternity. Together, Jax and Ever started the ceremony. By the decree of the council, by the power of the ritual, by the permission of the chapters, we hereby take your powers and remove you as High Council member of Sol Alpha. A flash of white light covered Satan's vision. The memories he had of being a Sol Alpha melted before his eyes, his dreams becoming puddles of paint. The more he tried to hang on, the more the memories faded. But one thing was clear amidst all of the muddled sights. The Umbra Omega symbol. It called to him as if it was an old friend. Satan heard Brian's voice. You shall remember. You must remember. You are an Umbra Omega. You and Lucinda must continue my work. I will return in due time, but I left you a seed in your wife's garden. Care for it until I return. When Satan came to, he remembered everything. Brian's promise, the massacre at Grand Chapter, Jax and Ever trying to take his powers. But Satan made his face neutral as he pretended to fall asleep. He couldn't allow Jax and Ever to know that they had failed to take all his powers and memories. Jax turned to Ever. When we get back to headquarters, help me remove every trace of Brian's existence. He must not influence future Soul Alphas. Ever grabbed Jax's shoulder. But what about the accuracy of our history? The alumni chapters will be angry. I don't like it either. But it'll be safer this way. Alpha Force existence and ideology must fade into obscurity. I don't know, Jax. This doesn't feel right. Jax sighed. We'll discuss this another time, Ever. I'm exhausted. And we still need to appoint an interim council member after we finish up. Ever nodded. Right. Then let's get rid of this garbage. You have the honors. Satan heard Jax turning to him. Back to your mansion you'll go, he said. You fucking traitor. With a flash of white light, Satan felt himself being teleported back to his mansion, right outside the front door. As he entered his home, only one thought echoed through his mind. He and Lucinda needed to plan for Brian's eventual return. Chapter 41. Brian de Kronos. Present day. Hiding inside the Connor Goldsmith study room with a glass of dark red wine in her hand, Candace the librarian grinned to herself as she sensed an energy shift in the air. It was the unmistakable aura of the ritual. The Soul Alphas had finally collected all 3 pages. It was almost time to strike back. The old librarian transformed into Brian de Kronos as he took another sip of wine. They will either join me or be destroyed. They won't be able to stop me this time. The council members have grown old, while I've remained young inside the ritual. A cloud of gold and silver dust appeared across the table where Brian sat. It was the architect, sighing as he nodded his head at Brian. The architect spoke. Don't tell me you still plan on confronting them, Brian. You still have another chance to do the right thing. Brian scoffed. I know you won't interfere with human affairs. No matter what you say, I will do what I have to do. This world will see true justice. It's the least I can do for Natasha. The architect frowned and took out his golden pocket watch. I warn you again. You're no match for them, even if you are nearly immortal. Brian glared and smirked. When they put the ritual back together, I regain all my powers too. So don't underestimate me, architect. He's forcing my anger, Brian thought, but I won't waste my efforts on him. He's only trying to stall. I won't let that happen. Stop wasting my time. You haven't stopped anything, Brian sneered. Now be gone. Brian's eyes glowed with red light as he teleported the architect out of his sight. Brian stood up from the table with a victorious grin on his face. It's almost time. Chapter 42. Brother David, present day. David and Steve stood at the front of the headquarters chapter auditorium. The dimly lit meeting space, styled like a Roman amphitheater, was partly illuminated by flickering black, white, and gold candles. The officers from each chapter stood nearby: Eric, Fadi, Adrian, Cameron, and Terry. The Sigma brothers had changed into white suits, making all the officers uniform in attire and purpose. Preston brought Jax up onto the stage, who was in a wheelchair. David thought it was strange not to see the Grand President in his Sol Alpha attire. Right now, he was just wearing a plain black shirt and dark blue jeans. He wore a Sol Alpha pendant on his neck. Jax's eyes looked like he was staring into deep space. They were lifeless, dazed, and glassy. Preston sighed. As you can see, the ritual did a number on him. It really is eternal, just like the architect said. It struck back after we thought we had it destroyed. David snapped his fingers in front of Jax. He just looked at him for a brief second and murmured some gibberish before staring off into space again. He's really out of it, David said. I have to hurry. David took out the ritual from his leather bag and placed it on the white ceremony altar. Then he reached in again for the final page. Here goes, David said. The moment of truth. He placed the final page on the ritual's cover. The ritual glowed with golden light, filling the entire auditorium with warmth. The book's nicks, scratches, and burns disappeared in an instant. The ritual was back to its full power. David took the ritual and held it, feeling its power surge through his body. He turned to Jax and touched his forehead. Ritual, please help me heal this brother in need. Return him to normal so that we may be successful in holding back the darkness. Electric sparks erupted from David's fingers and covered Jax with a spiral of white light. The dazed look on Jax's face disappeared. His usual stern face became visible again. Jax touched his forehead and groaned in pain. I can think again. The pain is gone, he whispered. I was wrong. I was wrong to underestimate the ritual. Jax stood up from his wheelchair. Much to David's surprise, the Grand President hugged him. Thank you, young Pres. Jax cleared his throat before talking again. Thank you, David, for not giving up. I'm truly sorry for what I did. I deceived you all and hurt you in hopes that I could prevent Brian from returning. David just nodded. He had nothing to say, but he was sure that Jax knew what he meant. At that moment, there was an ear-shattering sound of thunder inside the auditorium. A young-looking man with long red hair, wearing Sol Alpha attire, teleported from a cloud of black dust. Hello, my worthy adversaries, the man sneered. Restoring the ritual took you long enough. I'm actually impressed that you managed to do so. I didn't even have to lift a finger. Jax yelled at Brian. How dare you wear that suit in our presence? Jax and Preston, eyes glowing with white light, walked in front of the Alpha and Sigma officers. David went over and blocked Eric from Brian's view, but it was too late. Don't bother ever, Brian smiled. I know that you're trying to hide my son away from me. I felt his energy as soon as I teleported here. Eric screamed at Brian. You're not my fucking dad. You inherited my temper, Brian grinned. What a lovely choice of words to say to your father. You should learn to respect your elders. Eric tried to rush at Brian, his fist glowing with white lightning. Brian scoffed and pushed him away with telekinesis as if he was a dandelion seed. Preston stepped forward. Stand aside, Eric. We have some unfinished business to take care of. Jax said, Yes. Take the ritual and leave. Don't you guys test me right now. We'll take it from here, Jax insisted. Ever, take care of the young ones for me. Ever turned to the Alpha and Sigma officers. David's eyes widened. What the fuck are you doing? I thought we were going to help kill him. I'm sorry, David, Ever said. This is far too dangerous for you boys to handle. I'm sending you to a safe place. Before David could protest, Ever's eyes glowed with white light as he waved his hand at the entire student group. David had no time to react as his body was sent away. Chapter 43, Brother Jax, Present Day. Brian's horrible laugh echoed through the auditorium. Oh, that is so touching. He clapped his hands mockingly. And here I thought I would have to deal with you together. It turns out I get to conserve some energy for when I deal with them separately. All my work is being done for me. Brilliant. You will be silent in my presence, Jack said through gritted teeth. And you won't get out of here alive this time. I disagree. You deserve to hear my voice after being stuck in that horrible place for far too long. But I'm feeling generous. Perhaps I won't take all your powers for driving me insane. I am allowing you three to join me in fulfilling my vision for a just world. There will be no crime, no pain, only justice. Jax laughed and shrugged off Brian's offer. Allowing? How dare you speak to me like that? I am the Grand President. Ever chimed in. Yeah, fuck your utopian bullshit. Brian flashed a sinister smile as he revealed his palms, sending chills through Jax's spine. They were the same fangs from 1969 used to massacre Grand Chapter attendees. If only you had the same wisdom as Satan, Brian sneered. How dare you mention his name, Ever said, spitting on the floor. Jax sensed a wave of nervousness coming from Preston. I see this newcomer is a little shaken, Brian laughed. He must have felt it too. Preston's anxiety was overflowing like a hot tea kettle. This is going to be good, you old fossils. Make your move. Jax stepped forward and raised his hands, aiming at Brian. My pleasure. Ever and Preston also raised their hands. Their eyes glowed with white light. What a waste of blood, Brian whispered inside, closing his eyes. He's going to teleport to the right, Preston said telepathically to Jax and Ever. He used Connor's power of future sight, just like Jax instructed during their training sessions. Jax and Ever charged up white lightning in their hands as they prepared to blast Brian. Sure enough, Brian teleported to their right. A powerful stream of lightning hit him directly in the stomach as he reappeared. Ugh, Brian yelled, brushing off the sparks from his clothes. What the? He's going to blast Jax, Preston broadcasted. Before Brian could summon lightning at Jax, Ever and Preston used telekinesis to grab Brian's hands and turn them around. A web of lightning erupted from his hands, causing Brian to electrocute himself. Ugh, Brian groaned. Of course, the newcomer must have Satan's founding power. I shouldn't have been careless. Brian's face was battered with bloody cuts from his own lightning. He used a finger to wipe some blood off his face to taste it. Jax winced at the gruesome sight. As you can see, you can't hope to beat us together. The element of surprise is not on your side anymore. Oh. A sinister grin appeared on Brian's face. Did you really think that's the case? I cannot die, Jax. I have the blood of dozens of brothers flowing through me. Or did you forget? A red light started to cover Brian's body, erasing his wounds and cleansing him of blood. Now! Kill him before his body recovers, Jax yelled. Do not leave anything. Jax, Ever, and Preston raised their hands at Brian. With one hand, the council locked Brian in place with telekinesis. What? Brian yelled. I can't move. With their other hands, the council summoned a combined beam of lightning with all their might. The entire amphitheater was filled with radiance as Brian was hit with a full explosion of Soul Alpha energy. The council fell to their knees, exhausted. Jack struggled to catch his breath as the smoke cleared. A fiery crater smoked where Brian once stood, crackling with the residual effects of the council's powerful attack. We did it, Jack said. It's finally over, brothers. Umbra Omega is finished. Chapter 44. Brother David, Present Day. David found himself near a boulder surrounded by his brothers inside a circle of acacia trees, blooming with white roses. What happened? Where are we? David asked. An old man wearing a white suit stood before the brothers. He held a golden pocket watch and had an uneasy smile on his face. Destinies are shifting once again, as they always do, the architect said. You're wondering what this place is, but I'm sure that you already know. The acacia trees, the white roses, David gasped. This is where Soul Alpha began. And you're the architect. Oh my goodness. Exactly, the architect replied. Alexander, Connor, John, and Brian once stood here over 150 years ago when I first granted them the ritual and its power. But I'm here for another purpose. Hold on, David said. Take us back to fight Brian. The council needs us. Numbers won't work, David. Brian has become almost immortal, the architect revealed. The current council, strong and wise as they are, may not be able to stop him. Jax, in his arrogance, thinks he could. The architect looked at his pocket watch. As we speak, Brian is doing unspeakable horrors on them, playthings for his amusement. They think they've won, but no. Brian can't be killed. Before David could interrupt, the architect raised a finger at him. However, with a new, younger, more powerful High Council, there might still be hope. They've just bought you enough time. What are you saying? Jax has chosen you, David, to inherit his power, and by extension, Alex's power. As for the two others, Foddy and Adrian will take Ever and Preston's powers. But what will happen to them? That isn't important right now. Time is ticking. Do you accept this responsibility? David looked at Adrian and Foddy. They both nodded. Yes, I accept. We stand together, David, Adrian said. We always have. What about me? Eric interrupted. The architect smiled at Eric. You already have some of your father's founding powers, but I think you already knew that, did you? When the four of you are together with the founding powers, you will know what to do. Now then, the architect closed his eyes. In a flash, the bloodied bodies of the High Council appeared on the ground before David. The ritual flew from David's bag and onto the boulder. Ever groaned in pain. Too much. Preston shivered. Brian kept recovering from our attacks. Jax's bloodshot eyes looked at David and the architect. We failed, architect. There's not much time left. Begin the transfer before Brian follows us here. As the architect moved his glowing hands, one aimed at David and one aimed at Jax, David grabbed Jax's arm. What's going to happen to you? David asked. Motherfucker, this is not the time to ask questions. You must stop Brian. I'll survive. David looked at Jax and nodded. You better. The architect closed his eyes. His left hand absorbed Jax's powers, while his right hand transferred them to David. As Jax's founding power transferred to David, he felt a sense of clarity and confidence he never had before. It felt as though his body was indestructible, but also light as a feather. David held out his hand. Without even trying, he summoned a spear of lightning. It sparked with golden light as it floated above his palm. David held out his hand. Without even trying, he summoned a spear of lightning. It sparked with golden light as it rotated above his palm. The architect gestured for Adrian and Fadi to come forward. He transferred the founding powers to them. Preston's powers to Adrian and Ever's powers to Fadi. David's, Adrian's, Fadi's, and Eric's eyes all glowed with golden light as they stood together around the center boulder. The ritual's energy spread over the acacia trees, making the white roses crackle with electricity. The ceremony of transfer is complete, the architect said. Brian will be here soon. You must prepare to face him. Jax, Ever, and Preston all coughed up blood at the same time. Stop Brian. Succeed where we failed, Jax told David, nearly at death's door. You have to. Steve, Cameron, and Terry each took a council member on their shoulders. We'll take good care of them, Steve said. Best of luck, brothers. David nodded. Be careful out there. The Sigma brothers teleported out of sight with the old High Council, leaving just the architect and the new High Council in the forest. The sky turned dark with red thunderclouds. Cold, raging energy filled the air as the white roses wilted. He's here, David said. Chapter 45. Brother David, present day. Brian stood in front of the new High Council with a sinister grin on his face. He waved a mocking hello at David, showing him the fangs on his palm. Where are Jax and the other fools? I wasn't finished with them yet. David smirked. That is none of your business, DeCronos. Brian's anger turned into a slow laugh. Is that so? His eyes narrowed at David. There's something different about you, David. Did Jax? Oh. This is rich. I didn't think he would surrender like this. I didn't think any of them would. There was not a single Satan within that trio. It's over, Brian, David said, summoning a spear of golden lightning. We will beat you. With the same powers that Jax tried using on me? Brian laughed, pointing at the architect. Haven't you been listening to this old relic? I cannot die. Doesn't get simpler than that. We're gonna see about that, Father, Eric said, spitting on the ground. Brian laughed. My rebellious son, you have no shame. Pity that you've turned against me. Now, on this stage where it all started, you will all die without your powers. They belong to me, and with them, the court of Umbra Omega will finally bring justice to the world. David summoned the ritual to him, making it levitate on his left hand. Brian sneered. Not even the ritual can save you now, boy. Brian raised his hands and his eyes glowed red. 4 giant lightning bolts of crimson lightning erupted from Brian's hands and flew straight toward the new High Council. Adrenaline rushed through David's blood as the bolts got closer. In a brief fraction of a second, David saw a vision of Alexander Lionheart. Alex nodded at David, as if giving him instructions. David didn't understand how, but he knew what Alex was trying to say. Without much effort, David's instinct divided his body into 4 identical copies. 3 of them shielded the council. David's other bodies disintegrated into dust, while his main body felt a burning, excruciating pain. Eric, Adrian, and Fadi immediately touched David's shoulders and healed him from Brian's attack. Their healing amplified by the ritual, David stood unscathed. Brian scoffed, surprised. How could you possibly survive that? David's eyes glowed with golden light as he used telekinesis to lift Brian off the ground, choking him by the neck. Tell me, the Chronos, David glared. What gives you the right to decide what happens to people you don't even know? Because this is how it feels. Tell me. Brian coughed as he struggled to free himself. You don't understand. I must avenge my wife. And for that to happen, I must cleanse humanity of all injustice. Let me go. David turned and nodded to the new council. It's time. We have to kill him. Every last bit of him. The others nodded, summoning all their strength. David, Eric, and Adrian raised their hands together. What a pity, David, Brian said. You could have chosen to see the world turn into something grand. Why must the less righteous drag everyone down to their level? The skies above turned pitch black, with bright white clouds swirling with golden lightning. A tiny whirlwind formed in front of Brian. As thunder boomed in the sky, the whirlwind grew into a black and gold tornado. One by one, it tore Brian's bloody limbs apart. He screamed as each one melted into dust. As the sky returned to normal, David let out a sigh of relief. It's over, guys, David said, smiling as he tried to catch his breath. The Chronos is gone for good. David turned around, noticing that everyone else was smiling too. Everyone except the architect. Chapter 46. Brother David. Present day. The architect was still frowning, causing David's heart to pound. What's wrong, architect? David asked. The sky turned crimson red with dark clouds. The architect whispered. Brian still lives. He wasn't destroyed. Just as the architect said, Brian reappeared before the new High Council, fully restored. There wasn't a scratch on him or his suit. Brian clapped his hands while laughing. I have to admit that you had me scared for a second there, young ones. David and the others took a step back. No, you were obliterated, David said, his voice trembling. Must I repeat myself? Brian laughed. I cannot die, no matter how you strain yourself to kill me. Brian turned to the architect. You see, none of your pathetic disciples can do anything to stop me from establishing my court. The architect, with panic in his eyes, opened the face of his golden pocket watch while he grabbed the ritual. His eyes glowed with golden light as he grabbed David's hand. David's vision was clouded with light until he found himself standing on a glass platform surrounded by floating bookshelves that went on for what seemed like miles. The architect spoke to David. I can't hold him off for long. We don't have much time. It's just as I feared. The Chronos won't stop at anything. You must temporarily open a rift to the other side. Since all the founding powers are in close proximity, it might work. The other side? Yes, the architect said. Where souls reside after death. Humans have called it many names. Heaven, nirvana, the afterlife. It's your only chance to stop Brian. I wouldn't have suggested this to the old High Council, for it might have erased them from existence. But you and the new inheritors might be able to pull it off. You saying might is unsettling, but I could do this, David told the architect. I don't care about the risk. The architect nodded. I'll do what I can from here. You should head back before hearing the architect finish, David found himself back on Earth, holding the ritual. The architect was nowhere to be found. Brian laughed. Of course. Another one fizzles out. Some architect you are, Robert. It's time to end this farce. David smirked at Brian. I completely agree with you about ending this farce. He turned to his brothers. Do you trust me, guys? Eric, Adrian, and Fadi nodded. Yes, they said in unison. David's eyes glowed with white light as the ritual flew from his hand and transformed into a golden door without a handle. Brian raised an eyebrow. What the hell is this? Another foolish attempt to kill me? Must I repeat myself before I destroy you? Pour your heart into it, guys, David said, blasting the door with a beam of lightning. As the council members joined in to augment David's beam, the door cracked into 100 pieces, revealing a rift that allowed David to see inside. When he did, David gasped in disbelief as he saw a familiar face look at him. Micah? David asked. Chapter 47, Brother David, Present Day. A young man wearing a white suit looked through the rift between the two dimensions. He had dark brown hair, pale skin, and dark brown eyes. It was Micah Bretson, David's fraternal little brother. David, Micah said. What's going on? Let me help you. As Micah crossed over to the physical realm, his body appeared ghostly, but it was definitely him. Micah, little bro, David whispered. I'm glad to see you. Right back at you, Micah said. Let your worries rest. Before he could reply, David and the rest of the High Council fell to the ground. David felt the rift to the other side, draining his life energy and powers. He was like a sponge being squeezed. Brian laughed in amusement. You're summoning dead spirits to come help you now? I don't know whether I should be impressed or insulted. As Brian gloated, more departed souls came through from the other side. Ariana Stellaris, Micah's blonde-haired partner, emerged from the rift and joined him. Two more figures emerged, an old man and a woman who held hands as they passed through the rift. The spirits of Dr. Lawson and his wife Shelley. The good Dr. Lawson, Brian smiled. How kind of you to join us. I never did get the chance to thank you for freeing me. Now that the gang's all here, I want you all to see me take the council's powers and send you all back to the other side for eternity. Micah, Ariana, Dr. Lawson, and Shelley pointed their hands at Brian. We're not going back, they said in unison. Until you come with us. I have no interest in dying until I avenge my wife, Brian said. So stop interfering. Stop stalling. The spirit's eyes flashed with light as they tried using telekinesis to drag Brian into the rift. Brian's eyes glowed with red light as he waved his hands at the spirits. effortlessly pushing them back into the rift. Brian scoffed at David. What a waste of time. You think that these husks of humans can help you? Not even the dead can save you now. David's vision weakened as he and the council tried to maintain the rift. He could see Brian charging his hands to throw another bolt of lightning at them. There was only one thing left David could think of to do. It was his last shot. He needed the help of the one person Brian cared about. David thought of Brian's wife and desperately hoped to bring her through the rift. Before Brian could deal his finishing blow, David heard a woman's voice from inside the rift. "Brian," she said, "it's me. Please stop this at once." A ghostly woman stepped out of the rift. She had a beautiful, pale face and long flowing hair. She was dressed like a woman from a historical frontier portrait. Brian gasped. The bolt of lightning disappeared from his hand. His eyes softened. Natasha. Impossible. Chapter 48. Brian de Kronos. Present day. My eyes are deceiving me. That can't possibly be her. Tears mottled Brian's eyesight as he approached Natasha. He had not seen her in over 100 years. No. This has to be another one of David's desperate tricks. He's trying to put my guard down. Natasha's soft voice escaped her lips. It's no trick, Brian. It really is me. Brian tried to hug Natasha's spirit, but he couldn't. Her spirit was ethereal and had no physical form. Brian teared up. Natasha, I've missed you. I've been trying to avenge you, but these mere mortals keep slowing me down. All I ever wanted was to make you happy. I'm sorry I couldn't bring you back to life. Natasha smiled and placed her hand next to Brian's. They couldn't touch, but having her close made him feel warm. Natasha told him, I want to be with you again, Brian, but not as the monster you've become. I want to be with the Brian I fell in love with, the one I eloped with. Natasha's words pierced Brian's heart. You think I'm a monster? Yes, but there's still a chance for us to be together. The Brian I knew would never hurt others. Brian clenched his fist, holding back more tears. They slaughtered you, Natasha. I want to eradicate the world of evil. I have the power to do it now. Natasha spoke again. And look what you've become. I could never love a man like that if you choose to continue. Do you want to lose me forever? Natasha offered her hand. In one momentous instant, her ghostly hand became solid, living flesh. Come with me, my love, Natasha said, and let us spend eternity together at the other side. Chapter 49. Brother David, present day. David writhed in pain as his life force escaped his body, depleting to almost nothing. It was taking all of his concentration and power to keep the rift between dimensions open. As he looked around, the other council members looked nearly depleted as well, their eyes and skin appearing bruised. Brian stepped forward with soft eyes and took Natasha's hand. So sorry, Natasha, Brian whispered, crying. Sorry for doing this to you. Natasha smiled. None of it matters now, Brian. Brian's body glowed with red light that turned white. The light escaped from his body and went into Eric's. In amazement, David watched as Eric absorbed his father's powers. The council had complete control of all the founding abilities now. The strain of trying to keep the rift open lightened, now that its users were unified in purpose. Gazing into the rift, David saw 3 figures wearing cowboy attire smile back at him. It was Alexander, Connor, and John nodding in approval. Micah, Ariana, Dr. Lawson, and Shelley stood beside them, waving. "Well, it's about time, you old fart," Alex laughed. "Hurry up and join us. We're having a little barbecue welcome party for you. I promise that it's all beef and no fish." Brian laughed at Alex's inside joke before facing the new High Council. "Goodbye, brothers," he said, as his body turned into a spirit, rendering his immortality void. "I'll see you all on the other side, at chapter everlasting. I'm truly sorry for all the pain I've caused. May you keep Soul Alpha's light bright, and may this be the end of Umbra Omega." After his final words, Brian de Kronos stepped into the rift with Natasha de Kronos. The 150-year-old threat was finally neutralized. Using the last of his energy, David focused on closing the rift. The light in his eyes faded as the rift's door rebuilt itself before finally disappearing. The last thing David saw before passing out was his girlfriend Monica's face. She used her powers to warm a blanket to cover him. "It's going to be fine. Hang on," Monica said. Chapter 50, Brother David. A semester later. After David's name was called up to the commencement stage, he walked proudly up the steps before accepting his graduation scroll from the university president. After Monica took his picture, David did a backflip off the stage before going back to the podium for his speech. The crowd cheered loudly. The dean of Greek life, the larger-than-life Jamie Tarchox, shrieked, followed by laughter from the crowd. "What the hell was that?" Tarchox yelled. "Don't you have any respect for my authority in this?" Tarchox suddenly stopped talking, shrugged, and sat back down. "Sorry, my bad," she said, eliciting another round of laughter from the crowd. In the audience, David could see the old High Council and his brothers sitting in the front row, smirking. Their eyes glowed faintly with white light. They must have been the ones who silenced the annoying bureaucrat. David laughed to himself as Jax acknowledged him with a head nod. David adjusted the microphone in front of him and cleared his throat. "As my time here at Everstone concludes, I would like to thank my friends, family, and Soul Alpha brothers for supporting me through my journey. For every moment of hardship, there were several moments of joy. This wouldn't have been possible if you all weren't by my side. I was led by the chapter as much as I led it. I hope that the next chapter of our lives will be long and prosperous. Before I introduce our guest speaker, let us have a round of applause for our graduates today." The audience roared with thunderous applause as David raised his scroll in the air. David looked around for the next speaker, but he couldn't see him. He decided to continue anyway. "Now, I'd like to welcome the President of the United States, Greenfield James Riley. Take it away, Mr. President." Instead of President Riley coming up the stage, 2 different speakers came up, sending chills up David's spine. One was male, one was female. A couple who everyone in the audience instantly recognized. They were both wearing black graduation robes. "I'm terribly sorry. GJ is needed somewhere at this time," the new speaker said. "Luckily, we offered to fill in for him in the spirit of bipartisanship. Y'all don't like him much anyway, right?" The crowd cheered as the two politicians stood behind the podium. It was disgraced ex-council member Satan Regresso and his wife Lucinda Regresso, both traitors to their organizations. The charismatic couple had both ascended in their political careers. Speaker Satan Regresso and Senator Lucinda Regresso. David could sense the dread coming from the old High Council as Satan started speaking. He did his best to maintain a cordial smile as he listened. Satan spoke into the microphone. Graduation. A time where the leaders of tomorrow make their transition to the world beyond the classroom. It is truly a magnificent time. I'm sure that all of you are destined to play a part in what is to come. Indeed, Lucinda smiled. Together, I hope you all will go out and create a more radically equal country, and eventually, a more equal world. We will eradicate all strife and problems in our communities so that everyone will enjoy the same outcomes. This is what I hope for you all. I hope you heed my words and create the change that you've been working towards all these years, no matter what it takes. You can't make omelets without breaking a few eggs. Satan and Lucinda flashed shiny smiles, laughed, and finished in unison. Anyway, thank you, graduates, and congratulations. As the Everstone graduates threw their hats in the air, David joined in. But his celebratory feelings were overshadowed by something dark, a cold energy that lingered near Satan and Lucinda. He decided against saying anything that might raise suspicions. David stepped forward to the microphone. It's the end of our ceremony, everyone. Let's give a round of applause to the Speaker of the House, Regresso, and Senator Mrs. Regresso. We appreciate them taking time out of their valuable schedule to come speak to us. Before David got the chance to shake their hands, Satan and Lucinda rushed off the stage. The politicians were escorted to the back exit by a few guards in black suits. Graduates, parents, students, and faculty all stormed out of the auditorium, eager to celebrate with each other. The old High Council, the new High Council, and Sigma chapter came to the stage to greet David with smiles. You killed that speech, cuz, Terry told David. And that backflip. Thanks, Terry, David replied. But I felt something off about those two. He turned to Jax to ask, Are you sure that their memories and powers are gone? Jax scoffed, nodded, and smiled at David. I'm positively sure, Grand President. Ever and I did the memory wipe ourselves. Ever agreed with Jax. There's no way he could remember. Don't worry about it, I'm sure it's nothing. Especially now that Brian's gone. Eric's eyes flashed with white light as he took out a bottle of champagne from his backpack. With a quick telekinetic swipe of his hand, the bottle popped open. Nothing to worry about. It's time to celebrate the house. David raised an eyebrow. Don't you mean houses? Steve chuckled. It seems that Jax sent his guys during the ceremony to combine our two houses with a bridge on the roof. So it's technically one house now. Jax nodded. Hell yes, I did. David was spun around by someone behind him. Monica. Her infectious, bright smile made him forget about his worries. We're good with that, Monica said, kissing David. Right? Absolutely, David said, smiling. Everything is good. Let's all go and have a good time tonight. He turned to Terry. Cuz, if you can freeze the Jeed so we can teleport, that would be great. Terry laughed and nodded. His eyes glowed with white light as all the people around them froze in place. Good job. I still need you to teach me that, David said, his eyes glowing with golden light. Now let's get the hell out of here. David summoned his powers as he closed his eyes, turning the group into light. With clear focus, David imagined them going to the newly renovated house for his final event as a college student. The semester was finally over, and the real world was to come. This is the life, the way, and the light. Soul Alpha, until I die. Preview. House of Soul Alpha, Part 3, The Book of Eric. Satan took Lucinda's hand as they exited from their black limousine. The senator smiled as she got up from her seat. "That went well, don't you think?" Satan said. "The whole audience loved you." "Of course they did. They always do," Lucinda whispered, smiling for the journalists and photographers taking pictures of the senator and her husband, the new Speaker of the House from California. Satan and Lucinda walked together to their private jet to get away from the public. As soon as the plane took off, Satan breathed a sigh of relief, and Lucinda cracked open a cold glass bottle of sparkling water. Satan slammed his fist on a black leather seat. "What in the world is going on? We've been waiting for De Kronos to contact us for months. I didn't see him anywhere. He was supposed to be with us once he was back to full power. Now the Soul Alphas still stand with their shiny new council." With glowing blue eyes, Lucinda stood up and blew a breath of cold air into Satan's face with her powers. "You need to cool down, honey. Take it from the usual hothead." Satan nodded and sighed. "We followed Brian's instructions carefully. How much longer do we have to wait? I don't even feel his presence anymore. Not since the semester started. I'm starting to think that De Kronos has abandoned us." Lucinda nodded in disapproval. "Does it really matter, though? So what if he's dead? We can start the contingency ourselves. We don't need De Kronos, do we?" "I'm not sure. He warned us that the experiment might go out of control. We won't be able to stop it if that happens." "Why are you being a coward? We still have our powers," Lucinda growled. "We can handle whatever happens, believe me." Satan looked at his beautiful wife and felt empowered to continue the contingency without Brian. He always found it hard to say no to her. Still, a sharp thorn of doubt annoyed his inner mind. Against his gut feeling, Satan pressed the plane's intercom to speak to the pilot. As he spoke into the microphone, his eyes glowed with red light. "There's been a change of plans. Set course for the laboratory." The pilot responded with a dazed whisper. "Right away, sir." Satan spoke again. "When we land, you will remember to forget that I ordered you to do this. You will fly back home with no recollection of what happened." "Of course, sir. Thank you." Lucinda smiled at Satan. She turned on her phone and casted her screen onto a large television. They were looking through a security camera at their laboratory. Inside an isolated glass-protected garden, black roses with red thorns grew on the carcass of a dead snake. The black roses pulsated as if they were a living being with blood. "We will harvest you soon," Lucinda said, "and then we can take care of a few people." Satan kissed Lucinda. "Just you wait, my future First Lady. The equal world we want to create will soon be a reality. There's still a chance for justice, even without De Kronos helping." The couple whispered, "Long live Umbra Omega." This is Jacob Veritas. We hope you enjoyed this unabridged production of House of Soul Alpha Part 2, The Book of David. This program was written, edited, and produced by Jacob Veritas. House of Soul Alpha Part 2, The Book of David is a production of the Light of Truth Press. All rights reserved. House of Soul Alpha is a work of fiction. Names, characters, businesses, places, events, locales, and incidents are either the products of the author's imagination or used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living dead or resurrected, or actual events is purely coincidental. House of Soul Alpha is available only on Amazon.com and its associated apps as part of the KDP Select program. House of Soul Alpha is also available as paperback and hardcover. Thank you for listening. Please go to houseofsoulalpha.com for bonus content and to sign up for our newsletter. You can follow us on social media at House of Soul Alpha on most platforms. This has been a Light of Truth production.